Hello again, everybody, and welcome to an absolutely giggle-fest edition of the Jim Cornette Experience. Today on the program, folks, Cody and Brandy have defected, which left Tony Khan dejected that his plans have been affected for his product, which is defective. And joining me to talk about all this and so much more, Hawaiian Brian, the podcasting lion, the king of the Arcadian Vanguard Podcast Network, Mr. Co-host to you, the only co-host in podcasting that's really worth punk money, the great Brian Last, everybody.
Aloha, Jim. A pleasure to be here once again, and I would like to announce my candidacy for AEW Chief Brand Officer, beginning right now, and I'll also take on the duties of running AEW Heels if that's available as well.
Because you could actually be Chief Brian Officer, and they could carry on the running pun.
Hey, that's cute. I like that.
Yeah.
Tony, are you listening?
Yeah. And you're a real heel, all right. Who is going to take charge of those wayward young women that Brandy was trying to mentor on that program?
It's a good question.
What are they going to need to be vetted? Have a background check to see who's going to, because, it's like that time that Stan Lane got real charitable. You remember I told the folks about that on TBS one day. When Stan wasn't there, I said, Stan can't be here. He's a very charitable person. He's decided on his own time and money to go out and open up a halfway house for girls who won't go all the way. Well, could you say that now, today?
On TBS?
Environment? Well, on TBS, you can say fuck, apparently, and shit, and dick, and puss, and all that other stuff, and chicken shit.
Dipshit.
Dipshit. How much shit could a dipshit dip if a dipshit could dip shit? Is the question that we want to ask everybody.
It's hard. It's one of those chicken and the egg questions. It's hard to say.
I'm being silly, and I'm not even on pain medication. I'm silly because I'm in pain. Here was our weather forecast. 2 to 3 inches of rain, near 70-degree temperatures, 50-mile-an-hour winds, snow flurries, and a low of 26 degrees, all in the same day. All in the same day. But we haven't fucked up so the 2 to 3 inches of rain came, and then it didn't get to close to 70. It was 60-something degrees the day before, and then it got into the lower 60s, but the rain kept the temperature down from being 70. And the wind gusts, thankfully the bigger ones, were further south of us, so they had to worry about it. But that last night, you hear my voice now. It's terrible weather. I was out watching. Harley was so shivering so badly when I took her out for her morning Russo this morning that she normally takes a while. She paces up and down. She finds a spot then she starts turning in concentric circles, ever smaller, until finally, and then she'll hunch and she'll take the poopy, right? She'll take the poopy. Oh, good poopy. Good girl with the poopy. But in this case, she was shivering by the time she got over there to her spot. She just turned a half-hearted circle, hunched over, and I swear to God, Brian, I was 15 feet away and I heard it come out of her ass. It was expelled. I heard the turd. And boom, and there it became, and she came right back in. She's there, let's go, ran past me. That's how cold it was. But last night, while I was laying in bed, I could tell when the cold front was coming through, and it went from the 60s to the 30s almost instantaneously. My knees actually started hurting in real time as I was watching on TV the weather where they were giving the update and everything, and I could tell before they told me that the temperature had dropped drastically because my knees started hurting. And then I get up this morning, like I said, everything's in all the rain and the puddles and the muck that's still there now. It's frozen, slicker than a fireman's pole after a fish fry.
The muck.
The muck. Frozen muck.
What about mire?
Well, you can't have frozen mire. Because if you have frozen mire, then you have sludge. If sludge melts, then it becomes mire because it has to be soft enough for you to get mired down in that muck. See what I'm saying? You gotta keep up with the fucking classes that they give in the schools these days, Brian, on the science courses.
What class do they teach the muck and the mire in?
Well, I had plenty of, oh, goddamn, don't make me laugh. I'm hurting. I'm getting to that. I had plenty of fucking instruction in muck and mire when I was a child to make sure you know the difference and stay away from the sludge. But when I get up this morning, in addition to all the freezing cold weather, now my neck is bothering me. And I can't, it doesn't hurt as long as I don't laugh or sneeze or cough or turn to the left or turn to the right or lean back. Otherwise, it's fine. But if I do any of those other things, then it hurts. And I've showed people this before in person where I can't turn my head all the way to the right, but I can to the left, because when Yokozuna got a half step off in Indianapolis that night on the leg drop and sat on my head and my neck went. I've had problems off and on with that, but this is from the Lashley whiplash, which almost sounds like a rib. You know, Bobby Lashley gave me whiplash.
I didn't know that, no.
Have I never told you this?
I'm not sure.
This was before your day. Bobby Lashley is a wonderful person, and I just love him to death. Great guy, and he's wonderful talent now, but everybody starts somewhere. And we had him in OVW nigh on to 18 years ago now, I guess it was, when this was literally from square one on Bobby Lashley's wrestling training, right? As pro wrestling training. He was an accomplished amateur. So he's a heel, because look at him. He looked the same. He has not changed. If any, he's in better shape now than he was then. I don't know how the fuck he does it. But otherwise, he's bald, so he can't get gray. But you know what I mean. But anyway, he was very green back then. To talk about a different color. Greener than a pepper tree. And so he's a heel, and the people knew, that not only was I the play-by-play announcer along with my cohort Dean Hill, but also they knew I was the matchmaker and it carried some level of importance at OVW. So at some point, I can't even remember what the incident was, but Bobby Lashley is doing something in his heel cohorts in the ring so heinous that I come in, roll in the ring to stop the carnage and say, stop, don't you dare attack or touch this man again, or whatever the case, right? And he's going to give me a bump. And the thing is, because obviously, since we were running a professional wrestling program, people didn't touch me or touch the announcers or beat up same on a regular. So this is going to be a big, oh shit type of thing, right? Oh my God, he bumped Cornette. I'm thinking, well, back then his punches didn't look all that great. And for a finish, he'd been using just a simple, like, over-the-shoulder sack of shit power slam, right? Not any, running, diving, but still, I was only 3 years removed from my last hernia surgery, and I went to this big green monster, behemoth, or as Vince McMahon would say, bohemoth, to power slam me. So I said, Bobby, when I get in there and I tell you, no, stop, don't you dare. And I look down at the guy and I turn back to you, just scoop me up and give me a body slam. Just scoop, slam, boom. And I'll sell like death because you're 300 pounds, you're a monster, and then everybody will run in and blah, blah, blah. Okay. And Brian, several times before we started with the show, I reminded him, I said, now remember, not the power slam, just the scoop slam, right? I said, that'll be fine. That'll get the point across. I'd have to be in the hospital if you power slammed me. I'm thinking to myself, possibly legitimately, right? But he's all scoop slam, boom, got it. So comes time, I slide in there, he's done whatever he's done, and I stop. And I look at the guy and I look back, and he bends over and boom, grabs me, and I go up. And in hindsight, in retrospect, obviously it wasn't his fault. But he thought he was taking it easy on me because he didn't power slam me. I know that's where you thought I was going. But since I had registered that don't power slam me, I had the hernia, whatever. He's going to take it easy on me. And since did I mention that he'd only been in wrestling school for a very short period of time, he thought that if he just turns me over a little farther and puts my feet down first before I hit, that will soften my blow on the slam, which I'm already, ready to take anyway, because I know what that's going to feel like, I thought. Brian, do you know what happens when you, as we used to call it, over-rotate somebody and you give them a nice firm slam where their feet hit first?
What happens?
Well, as we looked at it on the slow-mo replay on the tape afterwards, because I didn't have a lot of recollection of exactly, I just thought somebody had run in and hit me with a Volkswagen. But what had happened was, since I was taking a regular slam and thinking I was going to be set down flat, so I had no awareness in this and was just waiting for it to happen. And when he flung me down to where my feet would hit first, he over-rotated me. My feet hit first, followed by my ass, followed by my head flying in between my knees. It folded me up like an accordion. I bit the end of my tongue, and he gave me whiplash. Because that's why you're supposed to land flat, right? And then something else I found out, because my neck immediately, I was like, oh, shit, that hurt. And we get in the back after the show, and I come back, and I said, Bobby, and that's when he told me, he said, well, I thought if I put you where your feet landed first, that it would soften the blow. And that's when Danny Davis came in laughing at me, because he'd seen, I kissed my big toes practically, if you can imagine landing in a sitting position from a body slam, right? And he got the tape, and we backed it up, and Bobby showed me what he thought would work, and I showed him why it obviously didn't. But then I said, wait a minute. He said, well, also you went up, it was so light. I said, well, what? I said, show me, because we're in the back now. I said, show me on one of the boys how you normally pick somebody up for a slam, right? And it was one of the guys came up, and Bobby Lashley just bent over and crotch lifted this. It just picked him straight up off the ground in a slam position without the guy doing a goddamn thing. And he didn't wait for the guy to do anything, but the guy didn't offer, visually. I could see him. He didn't make the move to do anything anyway, because I guess he's been in class with Lashley and seen how he was picking guys up for slams. And I said, okay, Bobby, it's wonderful. It's a good thing that you can do that. It's a fine thing that you can do that like that to these grown men. But in 15 or 20 years, if you make it that far, it's going to get real fucking old when you are just literally picking these 250-pound men up off the fucking ground without them helping you and doing it the way you're supposed to. And I said, watch this. So basically, we showed him how to pick somebody up for a slam where the guy going up for the slam is actually doing it for you, right? Like you're supposed to. And then I said, okay, now pick me up. Don't slam me back here now, Bobby. But pick me up. Here's what I did. He was just crotching guys and just picking them up. Both their feet left the ground at the same time. They didn't push off. It was just strength, right? So I said, now, pick me up, right? So when he bends over, he puts his arm through in between my fucking legs. I've got my left arm hooked over his left shoulder. When he stands up straight, he's going to pick me up. And as soon as I say go, which he does, I throw my left leg out to the side, and I said, just bring your right arm up. And I put my right arm on his fucking left thigh, and I do a little cartwheel. So he turns me basically upside down. And now I'm there, and all he's got to do is set me down flat. And he said, oh, well, he said, I didn't feel you go up. I said, I know, that's the idea. Nobody else was working with you. So then for 2 weeks, I couldn't drive or turn my fucking head.
Who was teaching him? Who was it? Who was doing the class that
I'm talking just got there. I think this was his first month or 6 weeks or whatever. And, the guys weren't complaining because he wasn't trying to take it easy on them like he did on me.
So do you think the power slam would have been easier on you or would it have been worse?
The power slam would have probably been easier. Because at least he'd done that a few times, but goddamn. And then when I looked at a few of those, I said you could probably lighten up on the impact on a couple of those also.
It is crazy when I think back to watching him as Blaster Lashley in OVW and seeing him now doing the best work of his career. He looks, I haven't watched OVW in a long time, but he looks, in my memory, the same way he looked there.
You don't notice any difference whatsoever.
No.
No facial wrinkles, no drooping, no sagging of no Dick the Bruiser lats, no nothing.
But it took so long for him to just get it and be used right and get it. And right now, I just think he's one of the few captivating guys on their show every week.
Well, boy, he is also, he gave me one of my 7 most painful injuries, but I love him to death for it. Anyway, I know people have been waiting with bated breath to hear about the big power outage that we teased on the drive-thru this past weekend, because we had to record a day early, which is why some of you folks have been waiting for some of the breaking news, because the neighbor's garage, they had to that turned out to be a popcorn fart. The only problem was they got here an hour before they were supposed to on the one day that I'd managed to sleep until 8 o'clock in the morning over the last 6 months. And the neighbor was knocking on the door. He'd hop the fence saying, "Can you open the gate? They got to come up your side." But other than that, it lasted like an hour and a half. And we got a brand new transformer out there now. Got all the new juice coming into both houses and everything. It's good. Well, actually, my house and his garage. His garage is big as a house. So that worked out well. And the furnace installation on Tuesday. Brian, I'll have you know that I have now replaced that 18-year-old malfunctioning, potentially poisonous piece of shit with a brand new 3-ton, 80,000 BTU, 18-SEER, 96% efficient air conditioner and furnace combo that's going to heat me and cool me for the rest of my life, at least on that end of the house.
How much did that run you?
It none ya. It ran me none ya. No, I cannot say for what ipso fatso. See, I knew now I can just drop that in.
You can, and the way some people spelled it on Twitter was even funnier. But anyway, back to you.
Well, I cannot say honestly because, Brian, I am somewhat notorious in the Louisville area. People are aware of me, and I mentioned I've got a couple of friends over there at Tom Drexler. I sang the Tom Drexler jingle on the drive-thru, and you didn't even, you refused to either sing the Tom Drexler jingle or the T-Bar V Ranch closing theme with me. I'm starting to get the feeling that you don't like my singing.
The day after the show came out, Travis Heckel sent me a photo. He was in traffic, and the car in front of him was just a big truck with Tom Drexler.
Yes, they're all over town. Call the plumber whose name is his number. Call the plumber whose name is his number. Call one Tom Drexler, that's his number. Yeah. So anyway, the Drexler folks were over, and the reason I can't say how much I paid, they might not give this arrangement to just everybody. Because Josh came over and gave me some love right up on the furnace. And then as a matter of fact, and that went in and it's so clean. It's smaller than the old one. I got more room in that utility room down there. It doesn't leak. You can't detect a chipmunk's breath coming out of any of the ducts and the orifices and the various things. It's tighter than a skin on a hot dog with the air keeping it in. So they got that in, and I was going to have the water heater replaced at the same time because it's the same age. If there were both appliances in this room and boom, I close the door and it's done. Close the chapter on this. Well, they didn't want to send the plumbing and the heating and air crews both because it's a tight corner. You got to turn in there in this room. So we'll do one on one day, one the next day. The water heater's coming on Wednesday. And son of a gun, the fine folks from Drexler show up with the water heater that had been previously had to go down to E-Town to pick it up, by the way, to make sure that it's the same capacity as the one they're replacing. Get in there. The newer ones, Brian, I'll have you know, the newer models are a foot taller, and that created an issue because they couldn't get under the piping and the ducting and everything to go in the place that the water heater was supposed to go. Son of a gun. So what did we do? We called Randy Angel. He's one of the big plumbing muckety mucks. What?
Sounds like a TBS jobber. Randy Angel?
That was Tommy Angel.
I know.
Randy Angel won't do a job unless you pay him now. He's got to pay him big money before he puts anybody over. But he came out here and he eyeballed this thing. He said, why are you not going tankless? I said, well, do you have a tankless water heating system in your last manor, Brian?
I don't know.
You don't know how your water is heated in your new home?
I'm still getting the hang of a lot of this.
Yeah. So anyway, he said, why don't you go well, I heard when you go you got to do, they would have to change me over in this from electric to propane, and they'd also have to vent over here. I said, no. We're going to change you over from electric to propane, but we can do that right there from the furnace. And blah, come through the snippets and blah, blah, blah. And he said that basically they didn't have to do any major construction. And if you get the tankless water heater, Brian, it's smaller. There is no tank. See, that's why they call it tankless. See, that gives you a clue right there in the name that you're not going to have that big old iron lung turned up in your sideways in your utility room. It's just a thing that sits on the wall, and you've got the instantaneous hot water. Well, you got to run the stuff out of the faucet for a second, but then it's hot and it stays hot. You can take a 2-hour shower if you want to. You got unlimited hot water, which I've been meaning to speak to you about taking longer showers.
Any fear about propane?
Well, no, I've already got propane on the furnace. It's just it was an electric water heater. He said, we want you to have the propane and the tankless, and that's the most efficient and most cost-effective and blah, blah, blah. So they're switching that over. But the point is, he scoped this out. He said, instantly, this is going to be the solution. And he had already heard the program where I sang the jingle, which is why that I can get these tankless water heaters without being moneyless also. As a matter of fact, I'm getting 2 of them because I said, well, if that's going to be so good, like you say, why don't we replace the one at the other end of the house also? He said, well, let's go look at that. And that one's going to be even easier than the first one. So I'm getting 2 tankless top-of-the-line water heaters at both ends of the house, so I could have unlimited hot water, and I can say that Randy Angel and the fine folks at Tom Drexler, I got serviced by them at both ends.
Well, there's something for their next commercial.
As a matter of fact, they're going to put my picture being serviced at both ends on the back of all those trucks. They got 200 trucks driving around town. It's going to be huge advertising for the program.
All right.
Anyway.
And what a program it is.
I've got some... The fuck are you laughing at already? I'm talking about the equipment in my house here that's being serviced. And you're making snickery comments. And I see you have nothing to say about that. All right, then.
I wasn't going to disagree.
All right, real quickly, some shout outs and an email. Shout out notes. I'm trying to go through so many of these emails that we're getting, but thank you, by the way, to Duke in San Diego, who has hopped on the Sprite Zero train and had delivered to me. He didn't come all the way from San Diego himself, but he sent a nice card. 3 6-packs of Sprite Zero. I'm back on the good stuff, baby.
All right. Congratulations.
And God damn it, now I don't have the note here. I've answered his email, but remember I said I got a package delivered from a delivery company in Louisiana with no card, right? And it had 4 12-packs of Sprite Zero in cans. And the same day, Wes from here in Louisville, who left a note, dropped off 4 more 12-packs because he's hooked up with one of the grocery chains here in town, and he dropped them off at the driveway. The guy who sent me the uncarded box of 12-packs contacted me by email because he said, that son of a bitch, he took credit for my shit. I sent you 8, not 4, but 8 12-packs of Sprite Zero. And that's because I got the other box with the other 4 the next day after we had recorded the program. So I actually got 12, 8 from the guy in Texas, by the way, that I can't remember his name, and he's thinking, shit, this is my big chance. And Wes here in Louisville dropped 4 off. So I want to get all that straight. He thought somebody had stolen his goddamn gift and put a note on his gift to me, took credit for it.
That's great. That's funny. I want to remind all those people, too, that if any of them happen to have a hookup for Vitamin Water Tropical Citrus, let me know.
Yeah, be sure to check back with us on how that works out for you also. The fucking pussyish drink anyway.
It's filled with caffeine. It's wonderful.
What's that?
And it tastes good.
Drink that shit.
What's the pussy part? Tropical or citrus?
All the tropical and the vitamins and the caffeine. The guys, it's a tropical illusion. The guys that were doing the Monroe brothers, who it's almost time for the Monroes to come back around. They come around mid-March with the weather, like the birds returning from fucking Capistrano or whatever. When they were doing my gate columns down front, because it's at a downhill and at a slant sideways. And they kept saying, well, it doesn't look like it's even. I said, well, you measure that, see, boom, and a slant. They said, yeah, it's a tropical illusion. That's exactly one of those tropical illusions. Anyway, Rob in Cecilton, Maryland. Happy birthday to his son, Robert, who's going to be 10 on March the 6th. And from what I understand, his son, Robert, is always going around the house screaming, Alexa, play Jim Cornette. Which I get now, is Alexa on our payroll? Are we hooked up with... I thought we were in opposition to Alexa. Are we together now?
No, Alexa lives in the cloud. She helps everybody.
She helps everybody from the clouds.
That's right.
So she's with NetSuite.
No, she's now in NetSuite.
Well, anyway, thank you, Robert, for playing me all the time. But that could be dangerous for children if there was just a wave of kids asking things to play me. You should have some supervision. Aaron also, who I did a cameo for sometime back during his chemotherapy, has finished chemo and is cancer-free. So congratulations, right. Aaron.
Good going.
Got the update on that one. David wrote me an email. This has been a while, and I'm sorry, this is one of the older ones, but I'm finding these things. I don't want to give last names, but his friend Dan, they've been friends for 35 years. So Dan, if you've got a friend named David that you've known for 35 years, that ought to narrow things down somewhat. And Dan just unfortunately has lost his puppies, Zoe and Ryder, over the last few months. I guess health issues. And we want to send our sympathy to Dan because he's upset about that, obviously, as he would be. So our sympathy's there. But in other puppy news, I'm not sure. I appreciate the sentiment on behalf of, I guess it's a governmental agency. Somebody did this, but they're sending out the free COVID tests, right? So that you can test yourself at home and determine whether you're a deadly disease carrying fucking organism that needs to stay quarantined, right?
Right.
Well, I didn't get a fucking test, and Stacy didn't get a fucking test. And we've lived here now for quite some time. But Harley Quinn got her tests.
Wait, what?
Somehow in the mail, There were 2 boxes of at-home COVID tests delivered to Harley Quinn Cornette. By name. None for me, none for Stacy. And between me and her, we pretty much, our names are on most of the things around here. But Harley, addressed to her, got 2 boxes of COVID tests. You need a box of doggy COVID tests, Brian?
No, I didn't. By the way, I haven't gotten my test either.
Well, that's because you don't have a dog. Well, yes, you do.
Yes, I do.
They'll come and they'll be addressed to Swami.
I'll be on the lookout.
Also, speaking, and we're going to stick with the animal world here, Animal Planet news. This is from AJ. Not any fancy or famous AJs, but just a regular old AJ fella. Hey, Corny, I just like to let you know that whenever I play one of your podcasts, my cat Turbo sits down and listens. I'm obviously a fan of your podcast, and I thought you'd like to know that you're not only popular with human, but cats as well. She's a smart cat, too, because not only does she sit down and listen when she hears your voice, but she leaves the room whenever she sees the Young Bucks on TV. I just thought it was fun that the Cult of Cornette also has feline members. See, we got all kinds of listeners out there, Brian.
Perhaps that feline would like my pussy drink.
See, you got to go down to the gutter. What do you think? We're broadcasting on TBS here?
No.
There's no reason to just have smuttiness and just filth and entertainment for the lowest common denominator. There's no reason for that. There's no place for it on a #1 top-rated podcast like this one, to be all just filthy and work blue, Brian. Unsavory, even.
Now's when you either burp or fart in the mic, I think.
Well, now quit now. I wouldn't do such a thing as that. It's time to move on to a recurring segment on the program.
Oh,
called
no.
Why Is Mine?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Now, wait a minute, because we're going to change it up a little bit. Because here lately on the program, we've been reading the submissions from people who type in the question in their Googler machine, why is my such and such? We've had, why is my penis? Why is my anus? See, people like to change it up. Well, now we're going to really flip the script, as they say on this thing. We're changing the whole wording of the question, Brian. It's no longer why is my. It's why are my. And we're following that up with testicles.
Why are we doing this at all?
Because I love it. I really love it. Why are my testicles is the question that was started in the Googler, and then it fills it out from there. These are the top, and I don't know why, but we only got 7 responses from this gentleman. But he got 7 rather to his question, but the top 7 answers to why are my testicles. You want to go #1 again, Brian? You ready?
Am I ready? I guess.
Ready? #1, why are my testicles shrinking?
I guess that would be a natural question. Over time? I don't I'm not sure.
No, now. Over time, I think they get more pendulous and ponderous. Don't you think?
I guess so.
Everything sags.
I mean, is this like just someone coming out of the water? Like, why are my testicles shrinking?
See, that was my natural inclination to think that,
yeah,
it's the water, it's cold, whatever. But at the same time, your testicles themselves it's your coin purse that contracts. But the testicles kind of stay the same,
True.
That was #1. #2, why are my testicles cold? Well, why the fuck do you think they're cold? Put your fucking pants on. If you're in the cold environment, have you ever heard of anyone having freezing cold testicles while being in sunny Miami in the tropics on a hot summer day?
Well, I believe technically the testicles are supposed to be cooler than the rest of the body. That's why Scientifically, they say we were built so that they hang off the body. They're not attached to the body. So scientifically, he may be correct. And let me just add how much I resent the fact that you have me seriously thinking about any of this.
What's up about this? Who are you, Dr. Gonad? Just blurt this shit out.
All right.
I would think if your testicles are cold, it's because you're in a cold place. You don't have them wrapped up. They ought to be about the same approximate temperature as the rest of your body. So you ought to know why they're cold or not. Come in out of the cold. Now, but number 3, I don't know how to take this question. Why are my testicles moving? Now, well, once again, the coin purse does swing to and fro in a somewhat pendulous manner. And it if you're thrown around or you're moving around, it can be jostled. And also, I don't think that it's not supposed to have a tight grip on the testicles themselves. So there should be some element of movement, right? Is that I don't really understand, unless they're just on their own, independently of any other movement by the body, they're just moving on their own. And then it's like, what, aliens going to burst through the god instead of the chest? Aliens going to come out your ball bag? You're laying there stock still, holding your breath, but your testicles are still moving in an independent fashion. Then you got some trouble. That's hurting my neck. That's hurting my neck.
Yeah, I don't know how this. I don't know what we caused this question to be asked.
Now, here's one that I'm sure we've all at one time or another asked this question. And again, this goes back to a comment you made. I'm sure Tommy Dreamer, back in ECW in 1997, typed this one right into his. Well, he didn't have a fucking smartphone back then. No wonder they called an ambulance. Why are my testicles swollen? Now, that's a question you should be asking. Obviously, he didn't need to know why. He knew why, because Jerry Lawler took a kendo stick and just whacked him in the fucking sack as hard as he could. But I guess if you've had no trauma, nobody's kicked him or punched him, or you haven't put it through any ringers of any kind, but still it just swollen on its own, that would be an off-putting position to find yourself in. Right, Brian?
As off-putting as a Tommy Dreamer match. Yes.
No! Number 5. Why are my, and this one, I'm telling you, it should be self-evident, the answer to this one. I'm not sure why this question should be asked of an entity as smart as a computer. Why are my testicles wrinkly? Again, it's not the testicles that are wrinkled. It is the testicle container, the ball bag, the scrotum, if you will, that it contains the wrinkles, right? If you were to, you'd really have to take the testicles out of the container to see whether they were themselves wrinkled or not. And that's not a procedure that I would think you would want to, especially, you wouldn't want to go through it just to put them back in once you've answered the question. So, and otherwise, have you ever seen, Brian, any non-wrinkled testicular containers?
Well, I don't have as much experience as others looking at testicles, so I really shouldn't comment on this.
Well, but you've had a passing glance at one or two, right? I mean,
I will not confirm that.
You've monitored your own.
I do not.
You've seen pictures, haven't you? Have you seen pictures? Bob, moving pictures? Candid photography?
What exactly was the question?
Have you ever seen testicles that were not wrinkly, at least in the presentation of their original container?
I think that's kind of their thing. That's kind of the testicle look.
Well, there you go. See, and you got to look at works, you stick to it. Although that's why they built Manscaped around it. It's a look that's been there for years and years. Why are my testicles not dropped? we finally get... Oh my God, are you all right?
I'd like to know the age of the person who's entering this in.
Well, it's a lot of people, see, because these are common questions. It's not like the one answer on fucking Family Feud. These are common answers, common questions that are being asked. And, I guess that would probably be the first legitimate question we've had here that could not be answered by just a little bit of common sense, right? Now that they're stuck somewhere, they've not traveled all the way into the coin purse. It's like one of those vending machines. The quarter doesn't make it all the way down. You don't get your drink. You don't get your change. They're just stuck. But again, just to recap, from 1 through 6 before we do 7.
All right, let's get to the end of this.
We got Why Are My Testicles Shrinking, Cold, Moving, Swollen, Wrinkly, Not Dropped, and the final answer, why are my question, I should say, why are my testicles moving up? Moving up.
Returning to whence they came?
Is that how do your testicles move up? Gravity alone would seem to indicate that would not be a thing that would happen.
Who knew that this sponsor and this question would lead to the most perverted segments week in and week out on this show?
I'll have you know that you just don't need to bandy the word perverted around callously like that. This is scientific.
Tasteless?
It's medical. Well, I didn't say it might not be tasteless, but sometimes modern medicine is tasteless and rough. Yeah, that's why you need a spoonful of sugar to make the medicine go down. Anyway, the testicles, they're done. Testicles are done now. For anybody that's been waiting for the new ones to come out to the buffet table, the testicles are done. I'll tell you what's not done. Hotchkiss Featherbottom and his Aunt Fanny and Uncle Felcher are not done, but they are sure kicking ass at the order and merchandise fulfillment over at JimCornette.com, which is working like a well-oiled Swiss watch. Actually, I oiled a watch one time, and it fucked up and quit working, so I guess you're not supposed to do that. But a well-oiled machine, a Swiss watch, a French bidet, however these things work, the merchandise is flying to the customers right now that they order. In all seriousness, this is, I hope, going to be easier and good for everybody, including the customers. Of course, everybody blitzed us last weekend on Saturday and Sunday with the orders, but I'll have you know that Hotchkiss was able to correlate and collate all those orders together, forward me over everything that I needed to sign. I, in one day, did as much as I would have been able to do myself in 4 or 5 days on getting this stuff signed. Many of the orders went out on Wednesday and Thursday. More are going out. Hotchkiss had just picked up several huge boxes of stuff I have signed and is packing that up over the weekend. We're looking at a 5 to 10 day turnaround, depending on what you ordered, between the time that you ordered it, the time that it gets out, and even potentially in your grubby little hands, folks. So this is just going swimmingly. And I've already been forwarded more information to sign some more stuff that he's going to be packing up in the next few days. So we're going to keep this going. But for those people who thought that Fanny and Felcher, just because of their advanced age and their infirmity and their disability and the fact that they only have 2 arms between the two of them, and also those morals charges and previous things that have been expunged from their record, all those things, you thought they weren't going to be able to do it, but they've done it. They are doing it. It is being done. Amazing. How amazed are you, Brian?
Oh, just filled with amazement.
Filled with amazement. Amazement filled. Anyway, here's a big announcement now. I've been teasing this. I wanted to make sure everything was working right. now that we know that it is, you can go to JimCornette.com, click on collectibles, and buy willy-nilly merchandise just with a feeling of impunity, knowing that it is going to come to you. The T-shirts, the DVDs, the autographed pictures, Cult of Cornette membership certificates, behind-the-curtain graphic novels, all that stuff. Now you can feel confident that you're still going to be alive by the time that it gets to you. You're not going to be dead of old age. And now we're going to take it a step further. Brian, I've mentioned there are a little bit less than 400 of the Christmas variant action figures left in existence. Those are the last ones. We're not remaking this design. The others have been sold out. I have a little under 400 remaining in the Cornette's Collectibles Fulfillment Center, and those will go on sale on Saturday, March 5th at noon Eastern Time. Remember how I said when we opened the store last week, no reason to get jumpy, nothing's going to sell out. Order at your leisure, but if you want something besides an action figure, get it now. I'm not going to say that here, because jump in as quickly as possible, because if previous history is any indication, these are going to go fast, and this is all there are. There ain't going to be no more of these. So, Saturday, March 5th at noon Eastern Time, jump on to get one of the last less than 400 Christmas variant action figures and test the fine inventory feature at JimCornette.com and test the sanity of the entire Feather Bottom family. And we will see how now, and also our new store hosting. So, I got all the server. I've not only got servers stored in every closet in the house, but now I have branch offices of server. So see if you can crash this son of a bitch. Now, I'm getting froggy again. I'm feeling like jumping. I got the confidence in me, Brian. I dared them before and they did it. This time, I think we've got all these things taken care of. Anyway, Saturday, March 5th, noon Eastern. Jump in on the last available action figures of the Christmas variants and see how this thing holds up. So far, so good. I've got an impervious, invulnerable website now.
We'll see what happens.
Speaking of seeing what happens, I can say, boy, that was a full-throated endorsement on your part.
I mean, we'll see how successful it is.
You don't want to go out on a limb and say, hey, good old Hotchkiss, he's put this thing together right. It's going to withstand the onslaught of the armies. I love the time they crashed the coming soon banner on the new site. Everybody on Twitter put out the fucking, what was that movie 300? The Charging Mongol Hordes or whatever. Here they come. Anyway, we got an email with an update on something we've talked about here on the program. And since, as we'll talk about later, the WWE is apparently in the process of obtaining a new talent, Brian, not you, but Brian from Port Elizabeth, South Africa, sent an email basically recapping what has happened to the people that we picked on the roster from the WWE several months ago when we were going to start running through the rosters and trying to pick who we'd keep and separate the wheat from the chaff, etc. We got the WWE roster, and within within several weeks after we picked all the people that we would keep and the ones that we would get rid of, they got rid of a lot of the ones that we would keep and etc. Right? Well, he's put pen to paper here and has gotten a recap of everybody that we picked that we would keep on the roster and use and what's happened to them. Would you like to hear this real quick, Brian?
Yeah, this should be interesting, actually. When did we do this?
I can't remember. It was, okay, he says, I recently rewatched the episode from 6 months ago. So it was in the fall. It was last fall's when it was.
Okay.
And we picked, according to the Vern Gagne Grade 8 theory, 8 top guys, and then the 8 guys underneath those, 8 women and 4 men's tag teams, because it's a bigger roster than Vern ever had, so we expanded everything. But basically, here's what happened to the heels that we picked. Walter, lost the NXT UK title to Ilya, had his name changed to Gunther. Karrion Kross with Scarlett. A ruined call-up to Raw. Babyface Jeff Hardy cheated to beat him in under 2 minutes. Then they ruined his entrance. Then both were released. Okay, you don't win them all. Roman Reigns, still Universal Champ. Bobby Lashley got screwed out of WWE title run by Big E with the Money in the Bank deal, and then Brock Lesnar got it back at the Royal Rumble. He's still on top. Austin Theory. Everything with Vince on screen is bad. His in-ring talent is amazing. AJ Styles, booked in multiple feuds on multiple shows where viewers didn't quite know what was going on. One night he was feuding with Almost, then he disappeared, did not show up for the next episode, so they put him on NXT against Grayson Waller. Everybody seems to be focused. Here, no meandering around. Seth Rollins' feud with Edge went on too long and got stale. Inserts evil Joker laugh into every line of conversation for no reason.
That's true. That's true.
Feud with Roman was better. LA Knight, great talker and athlete, loses to everybody. Gets put into a fatal four-way for the NXT title after Samoa Joe got injured again, then has a match with Braun Breaker before the title match for no reason and loses in Braun's first ever TV match. Remember that? They had a guy in a title match, a fatal four-way for the title, the vacant title, but he came out and got beat earlier in the show and then went and
he was really good from what we saw of him.
Well, yeah, he's great. Everything he does, he can work, he can talk, he fucking bounces around. He's got the old school bullshit. He can't beat a rug. He couldn't whip cream with an outboard motor. Continuing with the heels. Sami Zayn, stupid WWE comedy. Kevin Owens, bad booking and good pushes after each other again and again. Bobby Fish, released currently at AEW. Roderick Strong, bad haircut and has to carry a faction filled with unknown talent. Dolph Ziggler and Robert Roode, used to get Rick Booger over. Kyle O'Reilly and Adam Cole, left and went to AEW. Raquel Gonzalez, dropped NXT Women's Belt to Mandy Rose and hasn't been called up to Raw or SmackDown. No big feuds coming. She could be great on Raw with Rhea Ripley in a tag team. There I disagree, because then you've got the goddamn skyscrapers of women's tag teams. And Raquel and Rhea Ripley would be the Sid and obviously better talented, but Sid and Spivey, and that they're so much bigger than everybody else. What do you fucking do with them? But have you seen, Brian, what they've done to Raquel Gonzalez?
I have not, but you said that the last time you saw her, they dolled her up when she was wearing lots of makeup and everything now, right?
It's worse, I think. She started out with that fucking badass, don't fuck with me, I'm this, big, and they were using her kind of a diesel-ish bodyguard type of thing, and suddenly she's become the fluffy soccer sis or whatever. I can see Bruce going, oh yeah, she needs to have a hairdo. Whatever. Anyway, Shayna Baszler hasn't done anything significant since her move to SmackDown, and they just brought Ronda Rousey back. They could do something there, but they'll probably screw her over too. Frankie Monet did nothing significant in NXT, got beaten by Mandy Rose and the Toxic Attraction faction, and got released with her husband John Morris. Remember, they brought her in? She's going to be Paris Hilton. What a fucking gimmick. She had the look, she could work, she had experience. She had 2 matches, and they said, fuck it. Charlotte Flair, nothing really bad so far. I'm sure they'll get to it. Here's the babyface list. Samoa Joe, released, brought back, got NXT title, gave it up, released again. Randy Orton, weird tag team with cannabis bro Matt Riddle, good in-ring, promos suck. Damian Priest, and here, he's been on Raw, and we loved Damian Priest in NXT because he was a grown adult man that sounded like he had some bass in his voice and could work in a environment where that was at a premium. But he went to Raw, and it wasn't worth watching 3 hours of that shit every week. Just see Damian Priest, so we've kind of lost track of him. But apparently, from what Brian, how could I forget that name? From what Brian says, Damian Priest, they changed his awesome entrance song and Archer of Infamy gimmick to a split personality disorder.
No.
I get this is what he says. He making it up. Where he hasn't won a match in 2 months while being the U.S. champion. He has a stupid dark side called Damien who beats people up until he gets disqualified. Now, are we going to have to search this out to see if it's really that bad?
Yeah, I can't believe that, because this guy was the size, the look, the promo could work, their style.
Yes.
And now he has a split personality?
I'm going by what I'm hearing here. Cult of Cornette members, feel free to chime in and fill us in on this.
You know what? He's not getting over the way we want. What should we do? Give him something that people can relate to, like a split personality.
Yeah, because nobody's ever enjoyed archery. Anyway, Bronson Reed released after he dropped the NXT North American Championship to Isaiah Swerve Scott from Hit Row, and then their entire faction got brought up to SmackDown and released 2 weeks later. Cesaro gets pushed, then you don't see him for 2 months. Drew McIntyre, after he lost the WWE title, seemed to be no real plan for him. Went SmackDown, was alongside Jeff Hardy in an odd couple but kind of cool babyface tag team until Jeff walked out / got released. You know what? He's the first wrestler that's actually legitimately walked out. You hear this all the time, right?
Yeah.
No, some of them quit. Some of them fucking just resigned. Some of them got in the car and drove off, but he literally walked right the fuck out of the ring. Anyway, now with Drew McIntyre, Jinder Mahal was a waste. Now he's in a feud with Happy Corbin that no one wants to see. Dominic Dijakovic, whole Retribution T-bar thing stalled his career. Not released yet. That should be by people's names on the roster. You know, when you got an election, people are Democrat D, Republican R, or if you want to make a wrestling roster, you could put BF for babyface and H for heel. I think on the WWE roster, it ought to be NRY, not released yet.
There's a lot of wrestlers there that would buy that shirt.
Odyssey Jones, never on NXT. I think he's injured, but they weren't setting the world on fire, putting him on TV beforehand. Shelton Benjamin got kicked out of the Hurt Business, lost to Bobby Lashley in a 2-on-1 handicap match alongside Cedric Alexander, was chasing the 24/7 title on screen. Bad booking and usage. They don't like Shelton at all, do they? They just want to torment him. Chad Gable's doing silly comedy with Otis. Tommaso Ciampa won the title in the Fatal 4-Way after Joe got injured or / released. Nobody's ever yet said what that injury was. Dropped the title to Braun Breaker and is probably the beginning of the end. I don't know. Maybe he'll find a way to stay vibrant. Finn Balor. WWE executives recently said Vince doesn't want to push Finn anymore. Have you heard that?
I had not been paying attention, to be honest.
Apparently, it doesn't matter. They've pretty much nullified old Finn at this point anyway. Where is he?
Last we saw, he was in NXT, I think. But, you know, he's one of those guys, I hate to say it, because I know he's talented, but I think there is a ceiling for someone like him. If he goes to AEW, I'm sure they could do something really great with him because of the Bullet Club, but...
was he in the thing, too, the Bullet Club?
He started it. He was the guy who started it before, you know, everyone else joined after he left, actually.
Well, good. Then maybe he can take it away from all of them. Do it right. But, yeah, I mean, an athlete with a lot of experience and that can work in AEW, they could get some mileage out of that, but not if they intermingle him with, again, that sorry segment of society. Moving on, the women Bianca Belair. And I guess I don't know if he put the tag teams in or not, but Bianca Belair losing the title to Becky Lynch in 26 seconds at SummerSlam was stupid. Becky Lynch, nothing bad so far. Toni Storm, remember, he said, okay, she's got something. Actually, he says asked for her release and got it. She actually left the country rather than be employed by the WWE again.
Yeah, you said no one walks out. Toni Storm.
But no, she flew out.
Well, she started by walking. You have to walk before you fly.
Well, but then she drove before she flew. So and I guess you got to crawl before you can walk. Who's going to be the first one to crawl out? And finally, Rhea Ripley lost the Raw title to Charlotte Flair for no reason, got put into a stupid tag team with Nikki Ass and got the tag titles, then lost the tag titles to Zelina Vega and Carmella and is in a stupid feud with heel Nikki Ass. There you go.
It's a sad state of affairs.
That's what they've done to our kids. Our roster that we spent probably more time and effort picking than they did, Brian, and they just dispersed them to the far winds.
It will be interesting to see going forward when they bring people up from NXT. Do they get treated better than Paul Levesque's guys did when they got brought up from NXT?
Well, it'll also be interesting if now that they're just, they don't have, somebody said this on the internet, they don't have the forbidden door at the WWE. They've got the revolving door. You're in, you're out, you're in, you're out. Your head is spinning, it's so quick. And I'm thinking, Brian, that the problem with Triple H's NXT, the big problem, is not that he wasn't teaching the guys and girls how to be in the wrestling business. It's that he wasn't teaching them another career that they could fall back on when the business they trained for fires them in 6 months.
He could probably use that training too.
And as a matter of fact, if he wasn't independently wealthy, but still just to increase his brain power, he should train for a new career also, just like anybody that thinks they're going to be a wrestler for the WWE. Folks, you got to have a fallback career because you're going to get your ass fired in 3 to 6 months. And the best way to have something to fall back on is get in on the hot stuff. Get in on what everybody wants to get in on. Get in on the new wave in the world and how to make a living in it and how to, more importantly, to get along in this new world. I'm talking about the world of coding with Codecademy. They should get a jingle. We should at least have some nice triumphant music. Anyway, folks, it's almost over. The end of civilization as we know it. The Donald Trump becoming president was just the tip of the iceberg. Within months, if not weeks, everything's going to descend into chaos. The world is going to be in turmoil. Seas are going to be being parted. Nuclear warfare is going to be being waged. And you got to be with the end people. You got to be with the ones that are going to be ruling the world in whatever order it ends up in after all this takes place. And they're the ones that write the codes, that make the interwebs and the internets and all of the Wi-Fi and the clouds work to your advantage. These are going to be the chosen ones. These are going to be the mentors, the overseers. These are going to be the new ruling class. And folks, if you want to learn how to speak in all those codes, Codecademy could do it for you. Folks, whether it's a project you have like you want to take over a foreign government, possibly in a small South American area where you can have nice weather, or if you just want to build a website. Whether, again, you're starting as a basic novice or you're an expert, Codecademy can help you reach all of your coding goals. As we mentioned, over 50 million people have already been taught code by Codecademy. And by the rules, they're going to have to eliminate at least half of those people because too many people have got smart to what this code is. So once that they eliminate the 25 million or so people, there'll be plenty of room for you. Because Codecademy not only teaches you job-ready coding skills, but helps you build unique projects for your portfolio, earn certificates, and even prep for technical interviews. For example, The person you're interviewing may say, "What's your name?" If you don't know your fucking name, then right there you're going to flunk. So Code Academy will brief you on all the basics. Folks, learn at your own pace and get qualified for in-demand jobs. The more you demand jobs, the more you're going to need them, because people don't like to have motherfuckers come in just demand shit, right? So they're going to tell you to fuck off. But you can be qualified for those jobs. Just don't demand them. Ask nicely. You can choose what to learn, from building basic websites to artificial intelligence. Brian, if you take the advanced course with Code Academy, you can, from what I understand, build one of your own sex robots like they have in Japan, right?
That's not right, and I do not understand why that's the route you decided to go in here in this
Well,
spot.
it says artificial
sex robots in Japan.
It says artificial intelligence. Well,
yes.
That's what they're being used for. They have the intelligence because, you know, how many times you've been sitting there going, well, this dick's not going to suck itself. Well, the fucking sex robot already knows that, and it does it without you having to tell it. And it's all run by these coding languages that you'll learn, like Python, HTML, Squall, JavaScript, and so much more. And if you're not sure where to begin, Code Academy will point you in the right direction. First thing, you have to have the right head for the sex robot. The head is one of the most important. That's where the artificial intelligence goes in. And also, that's one of the primary orifices. And then you're going for the
Stop with the sex robots. What are you doing?
Oh, well, you're going to build these things and more.
No, you're not. There are no sex robots.
If you're not going to build them actually yourself, you're just going to invent them and let some uneducated stooge put them together. It's the important, intelligent people that have to invent this shit and come up with it. And that's why with Code Academy's programming personality quiz, you can get tailored career advice and course recommendations based on your strengths and interests. So, for example, if you're just a flaccid fucker and you're not interested in the sex robot, they're not going to put you on that fucking project. They're going to put you over on the Manhattan Project or something, but not on that. Anyway, you can get instant feedback. Your code is tested as soon as you submit it. And if the code does not turn off the explosive mechanism, then your ass will blow up in 5 seconds. And then that way you'll know always write your code right. An interactive platform will help you learn. You're not going to get blown up, is what you're saying?
No, you're not going to get blown up.
Is it just a shock collar now? They just give you a little zap if your code doesn't work?
I just want to let the people know there are so many wonderful skills that you could develop with Code Academy and so many wonderful non-sexual websites you can work for with the skills you learn from Code Academy.
Do they have websites that are not involving sex in some fashion? Nevertheless, folks, build your portfolio. Get a certificate of completion. Completion, we're back at sex. You can make yourself more marketable to future employers and land your your dream job in web development, programming, computer science, data science, and tons more kinds of science, even science fiction. Join the over 50 million people, soon to drop drastically, learning to code with Code Academy. And see where coding can take you. Potentially to a new sponsor to replace this one. Folks, get 15% off your Code Academy Pro membership when you go to codecademy.com and use the promo code EXPERIENCE. That is Code Academy, CODECADEMY.com. And see, when you go to Code Academy, you'll learn to spell shit like this. Codecademy.com, promo code EXPERIENCE for 15% off. And I'm telling you, it's a great new business to get into, and you won't have to tell her to do a thing. Well, you know, just talking about the sex robots, Brian, if they just make one that looks like Rhea Ripley, then I would be a bigger fan of technology. But nevertheless, I'm actually a little bit less of a fan of Rhea Ripley's this week because she made me watch part of Raw. I told you about this. I heard about this after it happened. And again, that's 3 hours, for fuck's sake. Sometimes when I'm watching it, I feel like the Civil War took less time. But I said, okay, because they featured Rhea Ripley, so I'm going to zip through some Raw and see what's going on, right? Because several people had alerted me, oh, your girl Rhea Ripley, she's in a big gauntlet match and she went a long time, right? So I'm thinking, okay, well, this will be a good showcase. Maybe they've finally done something right to get old Rhea over and to showcase her talents and her skills. This is what I was thinking to myself. Sillily. Is that a word, sillily? With silliness, I was thinking.
If you say it with a dusty accent, it becomes a word.
It becomes a word if you say the Dusty Rhodes would have said, I sillily thought that I'd be watching Rhea Ripley get over. So I got into the Raw, and at the top of Raw, before we go to the Ripley, here came MVP and Bobby Lashley. And I felt, okay, I'll watch this for a second. They're doing a promo, and Rollins comes out. Okay, and then here comes Matt Riddle on his scooter wearing a toga. And this was right pretty much near the top of the thing. And at that point, I started skipping ahead because now a guy in a toga has come out, so that it's hopeless. Austin Theory came out, so I stopped it for a second because I wanted to hear if he could talk. Well, he didn't do badly, or sillily. He delivered the bad script that they gave him, as well as he could, but we still don't know if he can actually talk because he's just saying stupid things and being made to act like a flunky that's accidentally got in this spot rather than they're trying to get him over. But anyway, AJ Styles came out. Now we've got another multi-man match they're talking about with multiple people doing the fake promos that they always do at the start of this program. And finally, here comes yippee-ki-yay, motherfuckers.
Yeehaw!
None other than Cowboy Brock Ellis. You like that one, you stud? That's the way Cowboy Bob Ellis signed his autographs to not girls, but to young male fans. Good luck, stud. So he was carrying the cowboy gimmick around. Anyway, so Cowboy Brock Ellis comes out, gets in the ring, and immediately hangs his hat and jacket on Austin Theory in the corner like a hat rack. So I wrote, so now everybody knows he's a flunky. But then Austin Theory jumps on Brock's back from behind while Brock is facing Lashley. And Brock fucking just mares him right on over and German suplexes him twice while everybody else bails out of the ring. And I wrote, now they know Theory is a flunky. But no, then he grabs Austin Theory and gives him an F5. Now they know. So I'm like, what the fuck? So now, obviously, Brock and Lashley are in another multiple man match being set up by more scripted promos, and Austin Theory, who should be the project that they're working on, kind of like they started working on The Rock in 96, I believe. And he's the fucking fall guy and everything. When all these other people, everybody in that ring, except for Lashley, because that would have been bad for business. Rollins could have been manhandled, and Rollins can get his heat back. He can talk. He's featured. He's somewhat ahead. AJ Styles could have been manhandled, but people wouldn't have really wanted to see that. Matt Riddle could have definitely been manhandled by Brock Lesnar, and it would have been entertaining. But instead, all of these people could have stood it more, but instead, Theory gets it. Did you see any of this?
I did see some of it, and then I started fast forwarding, so I didn't see everything.
And somebody's going to get mad. Oh, they don't even watch. That's because we don't care.
Well, no, because you know what it is. If you've seen Raw at any point in the last 20 years, you know once one guy's in the ring talking, music's going to hit and another guy's going to come out. And then music's going to hit and another guy's going to come out. And then music will hit, another guy will come out. There will be multiple people in the ring just standing there talking at each other. Like you said, reciting things that don't sound natural. You know what this is going to be. I slowed down to watch Brock. With Austin Theory, you can look at this one of two ways. They're booking you like shit, because this is what they do. Or, hey, they really like you. You really can't tell the difference sometimes with the way they treat people up there. It's one or the other.
That is a good point. Imagine if they didn't like you, what you'd be doing. Anyway, I was skipping ahead to, I'm just skipping ahead to Ripley. I did notice that a bunch of jobbers in the back were having a toga party. That's apparently why Riddle was dressed up, or elsewise he just wears togas. I don't know. But anyway, finally comes the big gauntlet match, and this is to determine who gets into another multiple person match at the pay-per-view or in Saudi Arabia or whatever. I don't care. I just wanted to see if they were going to allow Rhea Ripley to put on a star-making performance and possibly elevate her to the next level, or if they were going to gum this up just because they wanted to get some time on a 3-hour program. Guess which one I pick after seeing it, Brian?
I think it was the latter option.
Okay, and I'll explain later on how you get somebody over in a gauntlet match, but let's start with what actually happened. The first matchup is Ripley and Nikki Ass, her former superhero in training / almost a superhero / this girl looks like she's Rhea's kid sister, wearing a fucking Halloween costume. And now they've turned on each other, and Nikki's the heel. They start the match in the break. They get him in the ring, and then say, well, they didn't even say we'll be right back, which they don't ever say. They just go to break for out of the blue.
So weird.
When they come back, the match has started. So in this match, Ripley is fighting from underneath already. And I know I can hear one of the modern producers who is possibly responsible for this or whatever the fuck saying, well, that's because she's going to go a long way. We were pacing it for her. Also, we wanted the other girls to look good because Rhea's going to beat them in the end, blah, blah, blah. Fuck you. How about that? Fuck it. Do this right or don't do it. She starts fighting from underneath to this little kid in a Halloween costume who held her in an unending arm bar. And at one point, an unending fucking some other kind of hold, maybe it was a face lock. Did you notice that Nikki Ass is unable to do anything that looks good to Rhea Ripley? Because she's so small and little and she's heavy and broad in the beam. Nikki's center of gravity is low, as JR would say. And it was just a front face lock, an arm bar, bad pushing kicks. And just... there was no match here. And finally, out of the comeback, Rhea went for a finish, and Nikki came out of it, came off the turnbuckles. Rhea Ripley catches her in a crossbody and was going to go for something. It looked like she was going to boost her up, and that it looked like Nikki was going to hook the head or something, and she was going to swing it, but Nikki was confused. I don't know what. She just dropped her. Boom. So then Ripley's like, fuck it. She just picks her up and hits her with the fucking riptide. Her finish. Boom. Pump handle slam. 1, 2, 3. This is what developmental should be for, and Nikki Ass needs a lot of it. Did you see anything different than what I just described?
I didn't think this was the most exciting beginning to the match. Rhea Ripley, my first thought was I liked Rhea Ripley a whole lot more in NXT. My second thought was, it's hard to evaluate Nikki Ash because she's acting like a child, because there's no other way to take it that she thinks she's a superhero or training to be a superhero or dressed like that or behaving like that. So then I can't really care about the match. And thankfully she lost.
Okay, so that one was rough. So who's coming up next? Because once again, a lot of people they're going to see that and they're going to go, well, Rhea Ripley sucks. No. Watch Ric Flair try to work with Melvin Kimball. See what you get. The old saying, you can work with a broomstick. Sometimes broomstick's easier to work with than some people that have bad habits and don't know what they're doing. Anyway, so we go to Rhea Ripley versus Liv Morgan. Have I ever seen a Liv Morgan match? Do you recall us ever talking about one?
I think you've seen several of them, yes.
She doesn't stand out. She stands out as another pretty girl that they've tried to teach how to wrestle. And again, in this match, Rhea Ripley mostly sells for Liv Morgan. And then finally, Rhea boosts her up on her shoulders, but they went through some awkward reversals, and then she hits Riptide 1, 2, 3. Boom. So she won again. Again, this was not an impeccable display of solid, smooth, fluid work. Again, Liv Morgan looks like a pretty girl, another pretty girl they tried to teach how to wrestle. Do you disagree with that?
I think she's a little more than that. I think she has a little bit of a connection with the fans, and I actually thought she was, although I don't know what Rhea Ripley is actually, if she's a babyface or a heel here, but I thought Liv Morgan was pretty good as a babyface girl that you want to root for, like I don't want to say like a Ricky Morton because she can't work like a Ricky Morton, but that kind of baby face.
She looks like a heel because she's got the makeup and she's so pretty and she's got the eyeliner and the blonde hair.
She's a pretty baby face.
Well,
but I thought she was all right. I thought that was actually, I liked it a lot more than the Nikki Ash match.
I'm not disputing that. It was better.
Yeah, I thought it was all right.
Yeah, I won't say all right, but it was better. But then here comes Dewdrop. God damn it. The name alone is death. At least she wasn't wearing the hair bows and looking like Heather Feather in this one, but the ring attire she's got made out of Aunt Lola's couch cover, they tried to work. And honestly, I think Dewdrop is probably a better worker than definitely Nikki Ass and probably Liv Morgan. There's a gimmick there somewhere. Dewdrop ain't it. Neither the name nor the visual. Again, if you're trying to get Rhea Ripley over as a tall, strong Amazonian type of, you don't put her in with somebody heavier than she is that she can't move around. And that's what you've got there. And unfortunately, it's like they booked her to wrestle a succession of random fans with fantasy camp training. And finally, Ripley hits a modified Riptide on old Dewdrop and puts us all out of our misery. 1, 2, 3. Your thoughts?
I'm not going to add too much to this. I'm not a Dewdrop fan, and by this point, I thought it was going a little bit long.
Yeah, you think. And then here comes Bianca Belair. All right, now we've got a main event star against a main event star.
Although, can I say one thing?
Go ahead.
From what we've actually seen a lot of Bianca Belair, and I liked her. It doesn't matter what's happening, what's going on, what she should be feeling. She's coming out there dancing and waving the hair around no matter what. And she did it again here.
I'm happy.
All right, Pharrell.
Yeah. Well, thank you. For this one, okay, now we've suffered through this other shit. Finally, we got two girls that can go, and they fucking get Bianca Belair in the ring and go to break and start the match in the break. So they do everything they can to make sure that they even waited some of the other ones till they come back from the break and then ding, ding, ding. But they make sure that you don't take the matches too seriously. But anyway, we got somebody that looks like an athlete, can halfway work. But now Ripley is continuing to get her ass kicked. But this was exciting. They went for a little while. There were no embarrassing fuck-ups or greenness like there was in each one of the three previous ones. Each one of them foiled the other one's finish. They started getting a little complicated. And then right after the slap fight, where they're on the buckle or in the corner and they're giving each other the slaps, did you see Bianca drop kick Ripley and drop kicked her boobs out of her top?
I did not see that, no.
You didn't see that?
I missed that.
Okay, everybody go back when Ripley's sitting on the top buckle and Bianca comes in with the drop kick. She drop kicked her upper frontal protuberances out of their restraints, and Ripley because they had already started kind of coming, I think, or falling or escaping or whatever terminology you want to use. And she was pulling up on her front anyway, and then the drop kick. And the girls were out for just a second, out in the fresh air, and she leaned back and pulled her top up at the same time. So anyway, then they got somehow Riya hits a missile drop kick off the buckle, looked great. And then immediately after that, Bianca Belair foiled Rhea Ripley's finish and hit hers in 1, 2, 3. 45 minutes. Well, they said Rhea Ripley was in for 44 minutes and 4 seconds. And the announcers were putting that over. And all I could think was all that way for nothing. Because the announcers are going to remind people for a while that, yeah, Rhea Ripley went 44 minutes in that gauntlet match. Boy, she's great. But it's not a memorable star-making performance. And I don't know why I said why I thought that they justified putting the match together like that to keep the other girls looking okay, and Rhea's going to beat them in the end, and blah, blah, blah. And now she's tired, so she's got an out at the end. If you're going to put somebody in a gauntlet match, let them go all the way through. First of all, they need to win the fucking thing. Secondly, the first match, they could have set it up to where she was dominant against a girl that didn't really matter. And then the match number 2, it's a little harder. She's getting tired, but she wins clean. And then match number 3, especially this needs to be a heel, because now Rhea Ripley's drooping. Heel comes in fresh, and either Ripley does something to damage a body part or to knock the breath out of herself or hurt herself or whatever in this match, or the heel does it after Rhea Ripley wins and then gets some heat right afterwards. But one way or another, she wins the third, but she's in a compromised position. And then in the fourth match, she sells all the way, or most of the way, because of the things I just mentioned, but finally has a little comeback, gets shut down. The other girl goes for her deal, and Rhea comes out with a Hail Mary 1, 2, 3 and wins the whole fucking thing. Then everybody remembers it. Then it is an elevating performance. Then it's also from start to finish, it makes sense rather than just having 4 individual matches from start to finish where she's good, then she's down, then she's up, and blah, blah, blah. That would have been the way you would have done that, and people would remember it. Not with the quality of opposition that she had now. Let's, give that caveat. But if they had found 3 other girls that could have worked besides Dewdrop, Liv Morgan, and fucking Nikki Ass, it might have been something they could do. What do you think, Brian?
Sounds like it would have been better than that, and I kept the TV on for a few minutes afterwards, and I got to see, I think it was a toga party backstage, and then I moved on with my day.
They were going back and forth to that, weren't they? The toga party.
Matt Riddle had a guitar, and he was singing, and
oh, boy.
I said, what is this?
Whatever,
what am I watching?
Whatever happened to old Elias?
It's a good question.
He had a guitar.
Yeah.
I guess he walked away. He warned us. We should have known he was going to do it. He walked out because he was asking people ever since he got there, come walk with me. We'll all walk out.
Well, that was Raw.
It certainly was. Have you heard the big news that apparently, because they have a lot of money to spend and 200,000 tickets to sell in Texas, that Steve Austin may be going to wrestle at WrestleMania?
That's the big story going around, that they may have finally enticed Steve Austin to have a retirement match, a return match, I guess you could really look at it like, in Texas. The rumored opponent is Kevin Owens, and this is a story, I guess, happening as we are speaking.
Well, and at first I was skeptical because if he was going to do it, you would have thought he would have done it before now. But then as I look at things, and especially as I look at the fact they got to sell 200,000 tickets in Texas, or claim to at least, get close enough, there's almost no one left. Goldberg ain't going to do it anymore because he's been back. Taker is, and we'll talk about him here in a little while, but he's not going to wrestle. So I think that hopefully they bought their very own Brinks truck to load up with cash from Vince's money bin and have driven it directly to Steve's house. I think that's probably one of the deciding factors for him. But otherwise, what do you think about Owens versus Austin? Just the idea of it.
I'm not the biggest Kevin Owens fan, so I'm not crazy about the idea of that being the guy that Austin's going to have his comeback match or his retirement match or whatever you want to call it with. I personally, that's not the opponent I would have picked.
I can see that, because that's actually not the opponent most people would have picked. But do you know why it apparently is the opponent they've picked, in my mind?
Because it's who Steve Austin wanted to work with.
Because that's who Steve Austin... And before anybody says, oh, my God, well, Kevin Owens must be the greatest wrestler in the world, I'm sure Austin likes him and doesn't have any problem with him or whatever. But he's not the money mega marquee matchup against Steve Austin that you would imagine. But he is the guy, and I can see this, that Steve Austin feels that he can have an acceptable match with, where he can look as much like the Steve Austin of old as he used to, and they can get by with it without him doing anything ridiculously risky and dangerous to paralyze himself. And also they can trust Owens not, if I wouldn't trust Owens not to do something crazy, but it would be to himself, not to his opponent. So you've got two guys that can talk. You've got Owens that can bump his ass off and is willing to, and especially for a WrestleMania match against Steve Austin. My God, what might he pull out of his repertoire? And you've also got somebody that's a good enough worker and also not crazy enough to go into business for himself or try to do something, off the beam because he gets carried away. Owens will be on his best behavior. It's perfect. And Austin, against a heel like Owens, that the people just want to see him get his ass kicked, Austin can be Dick the Bruiser. I mean, if it was a match against one of his old rivals, then you'd have the problem that both of them would be the same age. Or if it was a match against one of the top guys of today, I mean, can you see Steve Austin versus Bobby Lashley? Austin would turn that down, not because he would think Lashley would hurt him, but because they couldn't have physically the kind of match that Steve Austin would have with a guy like Bobby Lashley, and have to take the things and give the things, etc. But with Owens, like I said, he can be Dick the Bruiser if he wants to be. And a lot of smoke and mirrors, the right moves in the right place. The promos will more than accomplish the mission of building it up. And you can see that Steve Austin coming back to shut a weaselly young whippersnapper's fucking smart-ass mouth. That's why I think it makes perfect sense, and probably he's one of the only guys, Owens, on the roster that's at a level that you could get by with it and still fills those other little parts. And it's not obviously spoken for in one of the big championship matches or whatever.
Can you imagine when they were trying to get him to re-sign? They're like, and we'll even do a match with you and Steve Austin. Yeah, right, sure. And here it is.
And there you go. And, a lot of people have speculated, and I've always thought that that Austin was probably not going to do it, just simply because he knew he could get a huge 7-figure plus payoff. But he's particular about how he's seen. He didn't want to be a guy that came back and let people down, or, couldn't live up to it, or couldn't do the match that Steve Austin needed to do. He didn't want to leave people with that taste in their mouth. But with this and with Owens, for the reasons I mentioned, and also, obviously, if it does happen, it's because Austin, it's not like he just said, okay, and I'll start working out and getting in shape next week. If we're talking about it now, he's already pretty much figured out that he can do what he needs to do here without an unacceptable risk. So whether, he put a ring in his barn, whatever the case.
Without knowing any of the details, if you had to just bet on it, biggest single one-night purse for a wrestler?
Well, it's got to be close. And without knowing the payoff structure or et cetera for this Saudi Arabia business, when they've obviously a couple of times we've mentioned, the Undertaker is one of them, probably paid a record-setting amount of money for a couple of different people on these Saudi Arabia shows, because that's thrown the whole... Obviously, the people in Saudi Arabia are not making their money back just in cash at the gate or in whatever streaming rights or whatever. They're not making their money back on that show. They don't need to. They get all the money and a lot of the oil, etc. So that's thrown the structure out of whack. But as far as a wrestling event where the theory was that the promoter, being the WWE, is going to make their money back, not the Saudi Arabian government, and more, this may be, I would think, the biggest payoff ever.
Kind of have to demand it if you're Steve Austin, don't you? I mean,
I would think.
There's nothing bigger. The Rock has come back several times. There is no one bigger than Austin. I mean, Hogan coming back wouldn't even be anywhere close to this.
Well, now, Rock coming back next year, if he does, to put Roman Reigns over, would have a price tag of similar to Steve Austin coming back now. But you know, that's the thing is that the pay structure now for something like this is uncharted water in wrestling.
Do you think Steve Austin will be hands-on with the booking of the program, we assume, leading into WrestleMania? And how big of a concern would that be? You don't want to be another guy in another stupid segment on this show. How do you maintain the aura and the mystique of Steve Austin leading into WrestleMania, knowing what Raw is like?
I don't know if he'll be hands-on with creating the creative. I know that he will be hands-on in vetoing any of the creative that sounds crummy. I'm starting to do Claude Cooper, the kleptomaniac from Cleveland, copping the clean copper clappers kept in the closet. But Clara Clifford, the cleaning woman, ratted him out. Anyway, Austin, at one point, remember, he even did an interview where he said, it's not my job to come up with shit, right? And that was the problem when he walked out the time before. Well, they wanted to give him and Brock away on free TV for the first time ever.
And have him lose.
And yes, and then they wanted to have him work a match with Jonathan Coachman on Raw at one point. He will veto shit that's just outright ridiculous. But I think what it'll be is, instead of him, I don't think that he's going to be a guy like CM Punk who wants to be intricately involved, and for good reason, with everything that he does. I think he is going to want to have them come up with something that he wants to do. And then he will fill in a lot of the shading and the colors and the et cetera, after they've got, and obviously at this point, they better have something he's already agreed to, because they can't do it last minute if he says, fuck it. So I think that's what it'll be. I think that if it's got this far that everybody's talking about it in this manner, then they've already agreed on the gist of something that they're going to do, and that he's going to flesh it out with the guy he's doing it with when they get there. But he likes the destination and the direction, but I'm sure Austin will have some places to stop off along the way. But if it was a place he didn't want to go, or a route he didn't want to take to get there, he wouldn't have a problem with saying, no.
This is kind of the last chance, too, I would imagine, to do this match. He's not getting any younger. Yeah, this is going to be interesting.
Yeah. And it'll be a comeback and a retirement, probably. Although, then the natural thing is going to be, if they get him to do one, then they're going to, well, come to Saudi Arabia. Oh, the people have said they'll carry you into the arena on a gold-plated throne or whatever. But so we can't say it's going to be the last one, but it will probably be one of the very few, if not the last.
And after you get off that throne, Cody will smash it.
But I tell you what, if Steve Austin is coming back to the WWE for WrestleMania, and waiting in the wings is the social justice warrior himself, Cody Rhodes, well, the people in the WWE, Brian.
What? Social justice warrior.
Yes, he put an end to racism with his child, and he's brought together all the different supporter, and his wife has brought together all the heels and all the women, and they're all inclusive. So they can all rest easy in this promotional war. They can all get a good night's sleep.
Wow. Good job.
Thank you so much. Yes, folks, and if you'd like to get a good night's sleep, if you don't want to worry, if you don't want to fret your little heads over all the horrible things that are happening in the world, not only your world, but the world in general, the place is the shits, folks. You got to stay up at night pulling your hair out of your head, shaking and biting your nails. And it's only going to get worse from here, but you won't be one of the people doing that. You'll be blissfully ignorant to the doom that awaits you because you will be sleeping on a Helix Sleep mattress. Folks, all you do is log on to helixsleep.com. That's Helix, like Felix the cat, but get the F out. Helix Sleep has a quiz that takes just 2 minutes to complete. It matches your body type and your sleep preferences to the perfect mattress for you. And they've got different models to choose from. They've got soft, medium, firm, cool-down mattresses. And they've got heat-up mattresses, too. Sometimes you have to provide your own heat for that. Also, they've got a mattress for spinal alignment to prevent morning aches and pains, unless Bobby Lashley in the past has given you whiplash, in which case there's no hope. They've even got a plus-sized mattress for plus-sized sleepers. So Dewdrop can fit right in. Folks, once you take that quiz and you're matched with the model that you want because of the way you sleep and your body type, and then they will deliver it to you right to your door, shipped for free in a box, and the unboxing process is easy, and it's fun for the kids to watch also. Just watch this thing expand, not in a dangerous way. It doesn't make any sudden moves, but it'll just right up. And there you go. And they've got a 10-year warranty. You get tried out for 100 nights risk-free. They will even pick it up for you if you don't love it. So make sure if you're not going to like it, don't get a lot of DNA on it because they're going to have to pawn this off on some other unsuspecting sucker. But if
that's not how it works. Everyone gets a fresh, brand new mattress.
You get a brand new one, even if they send it back, they just eat that, right? Just eat the cost. Well, they're fine people at Helix. They eat the cost just because you have questionable taste and send your mattress back. They've also got financing options and flexible payment plans. Depending on how flexible you are, they can take your right arm, stick it around your left shoulder blade, and stick it right up your own ass. And that's how you'll reach for your wallet, folks. But, again, Helix is offering up to $200 off all mattress orders and 2 free pillows for our listeners only at helixsleep.com/JCE. That's helixsleep.com/JCE. Up to $200 off all the mattress orders and 2 free pillows. So shut all the doom and gloom in the world today out of your life. Sleep well on a Helix mattress. You'll be blissfully ignorant of the horrible cataclysm that awaits you.
All right. Well, that's a real doom and gloom spot if I've ever heard one for Helix Sleep.
I was trying to segue, Brian, to, of course...
Is that what you were trying to do?
That's
okay.
What I was trying to do. When you think about doom, when you think about gloom, when you think about, I don't know, an Undertaker, perhaps, rest in peace. See, you'll rest in peace on a Helix mattress, and the Undertaker, from what we hear, will soon be resting in the WWE Hall of Fame.
That's right. This morning, an article in the New York Post, an exclusive that WWE exclusively leaked to them, hoping it would be an article in the New York Post. Undertaker to headline WWE Hall of Fame class at WrestleMania 38. So move over, Jeff Hardy.
Well, and say, here's the thing. I wonder if they asked Taker before they asked Hardy. Because that would have been, that would have been great, though, if they'd have called Taker and he said, hey, I saw Jeff turned you down. I'm your second choice. Fuck you. No, I'm sure they had this, I'm sure, arranged some time back. I got to be just not trying to expose anyone's business, but on the Hall of Fame business that I was involved in 2017, inducting the Rock and Roll Express, they called me the week in between Christmas and New Year's, which I was always like, Jesus Christ, they didn't even wait till after New Year's. This was so important. But I guess they never sleep up there. But anyway, so if that's the case, then you know that they've had their headliner lined up for a similar period of time, one would think.
And this is one of the biggest headliners they've had, so you would think so, yeah.
And again, in Texas, they got to sell a lot of tickets. Well, they have to sell more than 200,000 tickets. That's for 2 nights of WrestleMania, but also they've got SmackDown and Raw in town also, and the Hall of Fame ceremony.
And the Hall of Fame.
So they've got a Raw they're going to have at least 10 or 12,000 show up for, and SmackDown, or elsewise that would look a little.
Well, those will be easier just because people are in town until their flights take them back out of town. You do have an influx of wrestling fans in a small area.
Well, yeah, but how many goddamn tickets can you buy and shows can you see before you either go bankrupt or crazy?
Well, the nerds have discretionary income nowadays. So. Well,
but they have no discretion.
But they have no discretion. That's. Well, that was good.
So
that was impressive.
I'm nailing you today. Just bam, 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 back and forth. Anyway, this is unquestionably the right decision. Is there anybody out there saying, oh, they shouldn't put the Undertaker in the Hall of Fame? No, it's not controversial. And it'll be they always try for a main event induction every year. This is one of the biggest they could ever have. This does put the period on the idea that he's wrestled his last match, which is a good thing because you don't want him coming back time after time to diminishing returns, both for his legacy, for his physical well-being. You know, when they did the documentary series and he said, yeah, he would start getting surgeries and get ready for WrestleMania like the fucking previous summer. You know, he doesn't need to go through that anymore. So it's a no-brainer. It's not controversial. Everybody agrees he should go in.
Who inducts him?
I think anybody. Well, I would hope anybody that he wants. The problem becomes that's not always what they do, but they'll give Undertaker, I think, almost anything. Because they remember Lawler wanted Lance Russell to induct him, and he got William Shatner. And they've changed other people's requests for inductors because they didn't think that anybody would know who they were. But I mean, you know, with Taker, he could probably have anybody. I'm pretty sure Paul Bearer would have been under consideration if Percy was still alive. Boy, here's one that would throw him off. What if he picked Dutch Mantell? That would be interesting. He's been friends with Dutch for years.
What if he picked Vince?
Vince won't do it. Vince doesn't even want to be thanked. He won't appear on the Hall of Fame show. That's not a rib, that's a shoot.
Bruce was his first manager in the WWF.
I guarantee you, if Undertaker was to pick some obscure wrestling personality that they didn't think that the mainstream audience would know, that Bruce would immediately fire back by offering himself. Is it going to be one of his close friends? Is it going to be an in-ring rival? Someone that you know, is it going to be Glenn? Possibly. Glenn Jacobs.
Oh, that's an interesting one. Yeah, that could be.
He's still alive. He's well-spoken. They've got the history. But anyway, so there you go. So now the question becomes, as fucking Bugs asked Daffy, they've got Steve Austin wrestling at this WrestleMania, and they've got the Undertaker going in the Hall of Fame. How do you follow that? They've got to get Rock for next year against Reigns and do that while the getting's good, or anything else almost is a come down, is it not?
If Nick Khan is running WWE and Vince, we know, loves The Rock, and The Rock knows his value, there's another one. It's going to be the biggest one-night payoff in the history of wrestling. Rock Roman at WrestleMania.
Yeah, but for these guys, we talk about a one-night payoff. For these guys, it's not one night. For Austin, he's already putting time in. Right. If he's going to do it, he's already been training.
Of course.
You know, the Rock, who doesn't have a bad neck, obviously has movie studios wanting to wrap him in bubble wrap, but he got injured the last time he had a match, but it's not something where he could potentially aggravate an existing injury that will leave him paralyzed or whatever the case. He's going to want to train to look as good and to be in as good a ring shape as possible. And that's a commitment like the Undertaker was making when he was having surgeries and starting to train for WrestleMania the previous summer. So they're going to draw the money. So they're going to earn the money. But that's why I said earlier when you asked, well, will Austin be maybe the biggest one-night payoff ever? If it is, it might only hold that record until next year. Because then, again, The Rock and Nick Khan and, oh, my God. And then they still won't be making as much money as Conor McGregor has made for probably his top 5 or 6 or 7 fights because of the disparity in what wrestlers are paid these days versus the top-level UFC guys and the boxers that write their own tickets.
All right. Well, congratulations, Undertaker.
Hey, remember how we have covered this to where that wrestlers in the pioneer days, from the days of Frank Gotch through Strangler Lewis and etc., got the majority of the gate, especially the champion, the guy that drew the money, and the promoter was one who was having to, try to make ends meet afterwards. And wrestlers made more money than football players and baseball players and basketball players, and obviously made comparable money to a lot of the top boxers, or at least comparable cuts of the gate. And over the last 75 years, now the wrestlers are interchangeable. Vince has made the show the thing, not the play, but the show. Well, maybe the play. And football, basketball, baseball, they make a fortune. The UFC fighters make a fortune. The boxers write their own ticket, and they make a fortune at the top. And the boys make less than ever before in their own business because of the increased revenue streams that the promotions have and the fact that the boys get almost none of that.
Right now, Major League Baseball's in a lockout. There's a negotiation underway between the owners and the commissioner who represents the owners and the Players Association over the next deal. And the Players Association is trying to get as much as they can for the players. And it's a real hard negotiation. Right now, there's a lockout. There's no spring training. That's what wrestlers don't have. It's not even just about a union. It's about the ability to do that, the ability to negotiate at that level, where the owners realize, oh my God, we need the players or there's no baseball. You need the wrestlers or there's no wrestling. But it's hard to negotiate like that. WWE knows a lot of these people are happy to be there, and a lot of these people have limited places to go, and a lot of these people have limited other income opportunities. When you have that going for you, it's hard for people to get a good deal or the right deal.
How many Major League Baseball teams are there?
30.
I wonder how that Players Association would be doing if 2 different entities owned all 30 teams. Think about that.
Yeah.
What about if in all of professional baseball, there were only 2, or basketball or football, only 2 different people or companies owned all of the teams? There you go. See, and I'll tell you, these lockouts, they're serious business. I was in a lockout one time. It was Wednesday night. I didn't get back in the house till Thursday morning.
All right.
And she said, you come back that late again, you're never getting back in the house.
This door won't lock itself.
Well, there you go. And so I'll tell you another thing. You bastard. NXT, speaking of doors that won't lock themselves, God almighty. Can I just tell you what they've done to the show that we used to enjoy watching? Just real briefly.
Yes, but for the record, it is NXT 2.0.
Yeah, well, it was on 2/15, Vengeance Day. Vengeance is mine, saith Bruce and Vince. The open of the show, and I'm going to make a point with a lot of this stuff here. It'll start becoming apparent. The open of this show was the three toxic attractions laying around on obviously staged sets. Well, the Gigi Allen girl is in a frilly girl's bedroom and she's got a rose between her teeth. And what's the main toxic one? The one they made her do her hair brunette?
Toxie.
God damn it. No, the Mandy Rose.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, well, she's laying beside the pool and everything's arranged with the champagne, and the other girl, they're on sets and they're texting each other. And you see the texts pop up on the screen. And they're not only texting each other about their their interaction, but they're talking about the matches that you're going to see on the program, and ooh, this guy's cute or whatever. I don't fucking know. It's some fancy Dan video editing. But obviously, these obnoxious twats sitting there texting each other all this shit that we see on the screen like this is somehow real. It's all fucking, that's to start the show. And the theme throughout the show will be everything is phony as a fucking football bat. Everything. The first match, and by the way, if you text people back and forth, get a goddamn job, get a goddamn hobby, get a goddamn life, get something. If you're sitting there texting small talk back, and I know people do this, what the fuck? Goddamn, do something with your life. Do you need to talk to somebody on the fucking phone? Pick the phone up, call them and say, hey, I'm going to be here at such and such time. I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, or ask a question or whatever. Okay, we're done. You're going to sit there typing on a telephone back and forth, inane chatter with people. It doesn't matter. What the fuck? Now that I've pissed off the entire world, guess what the first match was on the show, Brian?
I have no idea.
A weaponized cage match.
That was my first guess, but I didn't get a chance.
Yeah, it was on the tip of your tongue. The hat on a hat match. They had garbage cans and a table and chairs, not only in the ring, hanging from the cage. A cricket bat was hanging from the cage. It was Pete Dunne and Tony D'Angelo, the fake Italian and the guy with the weird fake tan.
Well, I think he's really Italian.
Well, he doesn't know fucking Guido and Vito down on the docks that are going to fucking sleep with the fishes or whatever. That's a complete 90s WWF gimmick. I'm sure that Vince loves it. Within the first 2 minutes of this match, they were fighting over a toolbox, bright red toolbox, immaculate, cleanest toolbox ever. And this was a fake garbage match because everything was so brand new. It was so cool. They had a cage match with chairs and toolboxes, and one guy had the other guy's finger in a socket wrench and the cricket bat. And it sounds like I'm making this up to make it sound like a shit show, but I'm not. It just was. But everything was brand new. Purchased just for this, not a dent, not a ding, not a blemish. Cleanest toolbox I've ever seen. You could eat off of it. They can't, the whole thing is without emotion. It's fake. It's phony. It's plastic. At one point, Tony D'Angelo superplexed Pete Dunne off the top of the cage and got a 2 count. And then he zip-tied Pete Dunne's hands behind him. I'm skipping through here, guys. I'm just giving you the high points. After he zip-tied Pete Dunne's hands behind him, he took a claw hammer and tried to pry his teeth out. And then they went.
This doesn't even sound real. I mean, listening to you recap this, it sounds insane.
I'm telling you, it's not drugs. I am not on the drugs yet. They went 5 more minutes with the guy with his hands zip tied behind him. And then finally, D'Angelo goes to pick him up and do something. And Dunne gets D'Angelo in a front face lock while Dunne's hands are still zip tied behind him. So D'Angelo has to crawl and reach and get the pliers out of the toolbox and cut the zip ties off of Pete Dunne's hands to get out of the front face lock. And that's when I said, yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, you always thought you were so smart with your handcuff key. You never foresaw the day of the zip tie.
I'm going to start carrying around bolt cutters in my back pocket. So I quit after that. I don't know what the fuck happened. It was ridiculous. So I skipped ahead. Raquel Gonzalez. I shouldn't say, we didn't see Raquel. We saw Cora Jade. She's the young little girl. She was in bed asleep. And
hold on. Where's the bed? The bed's backstage at the wrestling event?
No, she's in her house. She's in her apartment, apparently, asleep. And the phone rings, and the camera shot gets her phone screen because there's a cameraman in the room at 5 a.m. in the morning when her phone rings and she's in bed asleep. I don't know what they were just filming, but she's in bed asleep. Phone rings. It's Raquel Gonzalez calling Cora Jade. Cora Jade said, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm in bed asleep with my cameraman, Trick's Mouth. We just got finished filming. And Raquel wants Jade to get up and go phony train because they're in the Dusty Cup. So Cora Jade gets up out of her bed and looks out the window, and there's Raquel Gonzalez down in the parking lot, 2 or 3 stories below, waiting for us. So they go and they have an actual phony training montage where they have a video montage of them phony training. It's almost like one of those the montage movie. Instead of trying on different clothing, they're phony training. Then they talked about other people, not them. Other people talked about the Dusty Cup finals. The Creed brothers, the 2 Shooter brothers. They did an egregiously scripted phony sounding promo with old Malcolm Bivens. But then MSK did the same thing because they've all not only been given exact words to say, but they're all so green that that's exactly what it sounds like. They're reciting all the words they've been given to say. And they're not the way that real people would talk to begin with, so it's even more off-putting. As a matter of fact, that's why I noted this program is like watching a game show where they have comments from the contestants like, hey, Biff Davenport, you're about to climb the Dominator. That's right, Jeff, and when I climb the Dominator, I'm going to dominate it. What the So then have you seen Toxic Attraction's entrance lately?
I have not, no.
Oh, they are going all the way. They are trying to make the people think that these girls are The Rock. And the girls are trying so hard on the end. You know how Eminem, Matthews, Nitro, and Molina was a great entrance in OVW when they had the music, and
right.
We let them do the whole thing. It just organically came about that they started getting longer and longer because the people were into it, and it was a glorious entrance. And they came out looking like rock stars, and they had the paparazzi and the red carpet, and Molina did the splits and everything. We played Superstar, and it was fucking great, right? This is just blah music and 3 girls trying really hard to be stars, but they're not. And then they had a match. Jane Wayne Gacy and Gigi Allen wrestled Indy Hartwell and Persia Parada. And I didn't watch much of this because right at the start, old Jane Wayne Gacy threw one of the other girls into the ring and then tried to roll in from the floor. She tried to roll in the ring face up, and I've never seen it before. And she bumped her fucking forehead/eyes right into the bottom rope. So she literally could not get into the ring without whacking her face on the fucking rope.
Hold on, I didn't see this, and I'm trying to understand what you're saying. How did she roll? You said she rolled in face.
Face up. Okay. When I roll in the ring, when most people roll in the ring, if you're on the floor, and I'm right-handed, I don't know if this makes a difference or not, but you turn to your left and you go face down as you're rolling onto the apron. You roll under the bottom rope so that by the time that you turn over and you're on your back in the roll, you're under the bottom rope and you're getting up in the ring.
Right.
Well, she went to her right and leaned and was on her back by the time that she got on the apron, and then tried to roll under and set up right under the rope and right head face first into the fucking rope. She couldn't get past the fucking rope.
I may need to go back and see this.
She sold it a little bit and went right, went right on. So then there was another thing. Now, two other girls, Amari Miller and Wendy Chu. Wendy Chu is the one with the sippy cup and the pajamas, right? They're asking each other about their Valentine's Day and their interplay with each. It's like they're fucking 12. And then Wendy wants to be Amari's partner, but Amari's not really into that. So then Wendy blows her off and she goes to Dakota Kai and asks her to be her partner. Well, whatever's happened to Dakota Kai since we ain't been watching too close, Wendy Chu asked Dakota Kai to be her partner, and Dakota Kai was sitting there having a conversation with somebody on the left and blew Wendy Chu off. The problem was the person on her left that she was talking to was fucking invisible. There was nobody there. So now apparently she's brain damaged somehow. So then they had, remember the two young Southern gentlemen, Briggs and Stratton.
I remember you talking about them, yeah.
Yeah, well, they were at a bar, at a country bar, because that's their gimmick, right? They're sitting at a country bar, and they're doing some scripted gaga about Valentine's Day. And by the way, one of the girl wrestlers is the bartender, and she walks in and they say, well, so-and-so, what are you doing here? Oh, this is my folks' place. I help out sometimes. So they just happened to wander into this bar that one of their fucking compatriots works at to fill in for their parents, but they didn't know she was there.
Yeah, by the way, that's a nice way of saying the NXT contract sucks, so I got a second job.
That's right. What the fuck was the girl's name? Taylor Wilde, I think it was, in TNA. They had her, she was the women's champion in TNA in 2007, and her real full-time job was working at a sunglass hut up in Ontario. Anyway, Briggs and Stratton start talking, and one of the guys, I don't know if it's Briggs or Stratton, he's talking to the other guy because his date went good on Valentine's Day. They went out and had dinner, or they did something, and then he took her back home, and they had a really nice time. Yeah, nothing happened. But he's so clueless. She said, we're really good friends, so they're having this grown man that supposedly hangs out in these country western bars, doesn't realize when the girl, number one, didn't fuck him on Valentine's Day, and number two said they're great friends. His tag team partner here has to be telling him that's not a good sign. So not only is this incredibly fake, but they're aiming for a 12-year-old audience. If that was a real bar in Alabama where fucking these guys are really from, they'd have had some fucking whore bent over the goddamn dumpster out in the back alley by the time they got this drunk. So then Grayson Waller has two fake cops attempt to arrest L.A. Knight for accosting him previously. And I swear to God, these two fake cops looked like they were so scared. They were in these fake cop outfits, and they looked like they were 22 or 23-year-old fucking wrestling school training students, which they were. And they looked so scared to be on this show, and their movements were so awkward and their facial expressions. It looks like if you shoved a lump of coal up their ass, you'd have come out with a 12-karat diamond. And they stood there. L.A. Knight did his best and probably did better than anybody else could have with this bullshit when he's doing the in-ring promo. But it was still bullshit. But he basically found a loophole in the restraining order, since Grayson Waller had touched him as well as him touching Grayson Waller, that just neutralized everything. And the fake cops turned around and walked out of the ring and let LA Knight beat Grayson Waller up and did nothing because he found a loophole. So since you touched me, basically, I committed a crime on you, but you committed a crime on me. So now it's even. These cops can leave and I'll beat you up again. And they went for it. Then there was some more backstage romance with Dexter Lumis and Indy Hartwell. Remember
Oh my God, I forgot all about that. Yeah.
It's a wrestling themed teen comedy on Nickelodeon. Guess what they've done to Cameron Grimes?
I forgot about him too. What'd they do to him?
Well, he has taken our Manscaped advertisements a little to heart.
Oh no.
Yep. He is as slick as cum on a gold tooth from his neck down to his waist. They have shaved his chest, his arms, his back. Remember that sweater he used to wear?
Yeah.
Fucking gone. Not only that, but his beard is neatly trimmed and his hair is coiffed.
Oh my God.
He now looks 12 years old, fishy white, and looks like he weighs 140 pounds. The body hair added 40 pounds.
Who was it? Was it Laurinaitis? Who was it that said to him, you got to shave all your body hair off and cut your hair? Who said it?
The only thing that made him stand out, the thing that made him look like some type of gimmick that you could halfway take seriously, now looks like a small, pale child. And combined with him working with Carmelo Hayes, who is smaller than he is, I mean, they're both. Hayes is a good-looking athlete for his size. Grimes he's Bob Eaton body, has no muscular definition whatsoever, but he's also approximately 50 or 60 pounds lighter and several inches shorter than Bobby was. And he's not tanning now that I don't even know if you can tan that skin. Think about what grass looks like if you leave like a piece of indoor-outdoor carpeting sitting on it for several months. And then you pull that up. What does the grass look like underneath? His skin has not seen the light of day since he was a fucking pubescent adolescent because of all that hair on him. I don't know if he's got any goddamn, what is it, melatonin? Anyway, so the Samson effect is on Cameron Grimes now. They've shaved his body hair, and now he just looks like some fucking regular fucking indie guy. He could work his ass off. This was probably the best match of the show. But as I said, Carmelo Hayes looks like a mini. At one point, I swear they were on one of the floor cameras using a wide-angle lens and shooting up from the floor to make them look like full-grown men. So Grimes can work like crazy. Hayes, to me, is uninteresting. I didn't give a shit. And I knew Grimes was going to do a job here. And that's what he did, and there you go. But yeah, Cameron Grimes now has about the same amount of hair on his various body parts, at least the ones I saw, as I do.
What do you think that does to a wrestler's confidence?
Not anything good. He's got to be looking in the mirror going, oh, shit. Now I need 30 more pounds and a fucking physique and a tan. You didn't notice it before. Anyway, so then they had some more girls in the back saying some phony shit. And apparently, the tag team that they're trying to get over as the top baby faces for this youthful audience that they are apparently trying to get that they ain't got a snowball's chance in a hot oven of getting. MSK are now the top baby faces. The guys with the bad haircuts, the prison tattoos, and the horrible entrance music, which now features a DJ in a DJ booth playing this awful, ear-assaulting fucking rap bullshit that the MSK delinquents come out to. So they sat back in the WWF office and they said, well, we've got a good show here that people say nothing but good things about, but the audience is older, so we're going to get the young people. So they do everything they can to run off the old people that are watching the show to attract the young people that ain't going to watch this shit anyway, because young people have been told over and over that pro wrestling is bullshit, and they have seen that in action on every other television program with all the other goddamn phony fucking bullshit that they see on the wrestling shows. So young people we might as well just get used to it. Young people are not going to watch this shit because it's fucking sillier, faker, and phonier than ever before. And the more you try to make it for young people to watch, the faker and sillier it becomes, and that runs all the old people off. So there you go. Next match, MSK versus the Creed brothers, the Dusty Classic Finals.
The finals? I didn't realize it was the finals yet.
Oh, yeah, the long-awaited finals. But they also have a girls' Dusty Classic, too. They got to have girls everything. So this is, again, MSK, they're athletic, but I think they already have so many outlaw, indie-style bad habits and just the goofiness that I don't know if they could be untrained and retrained. The Creed brothers, apparently they've got amateur backgrounds. They wear the shooter-type outfits. Oh, boy. Again, shooter outfits that look like pajamas and tennis shoes, but still, they're just so green. They glow green. This was an overly choreographed modern match, so its greenness stood out even more. And the Creeds are so green. This is what OVW is for, local television. It's not fair to these guys. They've got potential. They're athletes. You can tell they've got something, but it's just so green and so herky-jerky and so and the shooter outfits they've got, like I said, they look like kids' pajamas instead of wrestling singlets and the tennis shoes and the whole 9 yards. And MSK is just, they're over there doing spins and cartwheels and unnecessary flourishes, whatever. So this was, I would be at this point, at this stage of their game, I would be just now debating, okay, the Creeds, I might start them in short matches on OVW television. If you'd have said, should we put them on national TV, I would have taken out a stick and beat you about the head and face. It's not fair to these guys. So then MSK made a comeback. They did a bunch of flips and a blatantly illegal tag. This went very long. It wouldn't end. And then finally, a heel just beat one of the baby faces. Flat, clean, without cheating or anything. Okay, it's time to go. Boom, done. Woo-hoo-hoo. Again, this is what OVW was for. It's what your developmental is for. Your developmental is now on national TV. That means you have no developmental. Nikita Lyons. Nikita Fink's going to be pissed because they took her first name. She did a scripted promo. Her father was apparently a rock star that gave her all this advice, but her music is rap too. Everybody's playing fucking rap. I don't care. The English people are playing rap. The white people are playing rap. The men are playing rap. The women are playing rap. Do they have rock bands in England anymore? Also, Nikita Lyons dances and speaks in catchphrases. Then,
I can't believe you're still watching this fucking show.
I swear to God, I couldn't turn away because this is the overriding theme is fake, phony, scripted, and green. That's what you come back to every time. Imperium and Walter were in the ring. Of course, he was calling himself Gunter, but we remember his name was Walter because that's what the fans in their own building were chanting. And Walter was not in his wrestling gear. Walter was not in remember I said, what about a Prussian general's uniform or a field marshal? He wasn't in that. You know what? He was dressed like a real estate agent on a Saturday afternoon. Plain black slacks and a fucking, not even a polo shirt. It was a generic. Wasn't even a name brand, just a fucking generic looking polo shirt. And his two stooges did their scripted verbiage, and then Walter spoke, and you could tell nobody was listening. And you could, because this is rotten and he's being wasted. And he's trying to do some verbiage about the whatever the fuck. And here comes Solo Sikoa, who interrupted the three members of Imperium in the ring, walks to the ring with a microphone, said some more scripted shit. And then he gets up on the apron, and Brian, he says, and I'm about to make Walter or Gunter my bitch. Ooh, everybody goes, right? And you think, now, okay, you got to be a badass son of a bitch to tell old Walter you're going to make him a bitch, right? Wonder what's going to happen here. You know what happened there?
No.
That was a rhetorical question, apparently. No, you don't know what happened there. He said, I'm about to make you my bitch. And then he jumped down and walked off without making him his bitch. And then the announcers had to cover it by saying, well, apparently Solo Sikoa just challenged Gunter for a future, because he didn't challenge him for a future date. He said, he got up on the ring. He said, I'm about to make you my bitch. He fucked up. He didn't remember his wording.
And he left.
And he left. And the announcers tried to cover it. And it was flattered in 4 o'clock. A plate full of piss right there. And I've seen that happen where guys, they think they've memorized what they're going to say, and that's their problem. They've memorized it, and when they don't bring it out just like they memorized, they don't make the point, and they don't realize they didn't make the point, and they went on. So apparently sometime in the future, Solo Sikoa is going to make Walter Gunter his bitch. Dolph Ziggler is serving time here now, and he did a good promo about Tommaso Ciampa that had some oomph to it and was delivered well and may or may not have been written for him, but it sounded kind of natural because he's got 20 years of experience. Another OVW guy, OVW alumni. And then for the NXT title, that's the reason I was watching this thing, Pablo Escobar against Breaker Braunsteiner. And I won't even go again into raving about Steiner. Personality overload, advanced, tons beyond his experience. And they had a match where at first old Escobar was putting over his power and strength. And I got to say, Steiner, I think I've said this before too, shows his strength in the ring like Dr. Death Steve Williams used to. You can be the strongest guy in the world, but if you can't show it by picking up dead bodies, not dead bodies, but dead weight or dead bodies, but picking up dead weight and moving it around in a wrestling context. That's what Doc was so good at, even more than Rick Steiner and Scott were both strong, but this one brings it to a new level. And even though Escobar was the veteran, it's clear that Steiner here is the star already. And to be honest, you know, Escobar, the heat when he took over was just, it was lackluster. This guy is just there. He's got experience. I guess he was a star in Mexico. I don't see anything that stands out. As the heat went on, it got worse, not better, because he didn't really know what to do with Steiner. And it wasn't like this was a long match. And Steiner and Ciampa, I think, went even longer, and it was good. Just, you know, it is what it is. And he's got the two lucha suits and Carmen Electra at ringside, who apparently will never drown. Have you seen old Carmen Electra at ringside there?
I have not, no.
Good Lord. I mean, she gives new meaning to the word Mae West life vest.
Oh, okay. Now I understand when you say she'll
never drown. That's what they used to call those life vests in World War II. Or actually, maybe even earlier, the Mae West, because of anyway. Lackluster heat. And thank God Steiner finally made a big comeback and bumped all the heels. And then here came Dolph Ziggler out and got a super kick in for a big pop on a 2 count. But then Ciampa came down and tackled old Dolph, and off they went. And Steiner hit a spear The press into the power slam, boom, 1, 2, 3. It was, I think, the least of Steiner's matches yet, but it was a great finish, had the people up, and he's a star. It's just, Escobar, there was what there was, and ain't much there. But again, definitely the rookie of the year. I mean, there's nobody... You can talk about a few people that have been on television for the first time over the last year, but that have been in the business a few years before that. From scratch, is there any doubt that this is a runaway freight train with Braun Breaker being the rookie of this year or any other year?
Well, we shall see how they mess him up.
I love your confidence in the brain trust up there in Stamford. Come on, Brian. You know that they've got a great track record. And we're going to find, I'm sure, SmackDown this Friday and Saudi Arabia, the Super Show on Saturday at noon. That's primetime programming. We're going to talk about those on the Drive-Thru next week or later this coming week now, right?
Well, the beginning of next week, technically.
Well, but we are talking now on Friday. And this show, theoretically, God Save the Queen, will come out somewhere around Saturday night, Sunday morning. So it technically it'd be later on this week if the Drive-Thru comes out on Tuesday-ish, Wednesday-ish.
I guess under those rules, yes, that's correct.
Is it this Saturday or next Saturday? Well, I always figure the first Saturday that comes up after this one is always the next one, right? But if it's this Saturday, that's the next Saturday that's coming up. Just look at it like that.
All right. Well, Saudi Arabia it is. Saturday, a big event.
Yes. And and we're going to get to see our favorite announced team, Fubar Makafakalub and Slapko Fudd. I'm sure we'll be back to do this Saudi Arabia Super Show. And I've noticed about these Saudis. They're kind of like Cameron Grimes. You know what I'm saying? They're very hirsute. They got hair coming out of all the orifices. They got it on their chins. They got it on their lips. They got it on their heads. Sometimes they even got it in their jeans. That's where you get hair from your jeans. But if you've got a man in your life that needs to be shaved down, trimmed, slicker than cum on a gold tooth, like old Cameron Grimes, for example. If you want to shave your man down, you want to take away all of his personality, what makes him different, make him just a slick-skinned baby like everybody else. No, it feels good. Folks, it feels good. It feels good not to have all those clumps of hair in all your various orifices and stuck in your cracks and crevices. That's why that the folks at Manscaped make all these products. Now, of course, Cameron Grimes, he's a gimmick. He needs a little hair all around him. But you don't want to smell like a swamp rat every time you sweat in the summertime. Say that a bunch of times fast. So that's why you need Manscaped. Keep you looking good, feeling good, smelling good. And now, the Ultra Premium Collection from Manscaped is here. We've told you about the Lawnmower 4.0 with the advanced skin-safe technology. That's a great piece of equipment. But now you can enhance your perfect grooming routine with the Ultra Premium Collection, which includes the Manscaped Premium Deodorant. Not for your balls on this one, for your old stinky armpits. Folks, if you grab a headlock, could the smell from under your armpits gag a maggot off a gut wagon? Well, if so, you need the Manscaped Premium Deodorant. Also, the Hydrating Body Moisturizer. If you've got issues with tattoos or dry skin, it's designed to keep your skin feeling clean, smooth, and smelling fresh and moisturized. You don't want just a bunch of flakes coming off you at all points, walking around like a human piece of dandruff. You want to keep moisturized. Plus, it's got the body wash in the package here, the Ultra Premium Collection. The body wash, obviously, well, it does what soap is supposed to do. I know most of our listeners are familiar with soap, most of them. But this stuff has infused aloe vera and a sea salt shower gel. Plus, they've got a 2-in-1 shampoo and conditioner So that actually means that you can shampoo and condition at the same time without bothering to rinse and repeat and do all that stuff. It's one easy step. A 3-pack of lip balm comes as a free gift inside the Ultra Premium collection. 3-pack of lip balm. You can kiss ass from now till Sunday and never get chapped. And whatever else you're having to do to keep your job or position or whatever, your lips will be moist. And all of these products are cruelty-free, paraben-free. They have no paraben in them whatsoever. Not one bin or even a paraben. Not however many bins. They don't have any bins. Vegan-friendly, dye-free. And here they have recommendation on using the products in this order. You hop in the shower and scrub-a-dub-dub that body with the Manscaped body wash. Then lather your hair up with the 2-in-1 shampoo and conditioner. Then dry off and spray on the hydrating body moisturizer. Put on the Manscaped deodorant. And then pop on that Manscaped lip balm. Getting dressed afterwards is optional. Or if you want to do it before you go to bed, just reverse the procedure. Balm your lips, then put on the deodorant, then dry yourself off, then lather your hair up, and then jump in the shower. Because you got to do things in opposite order if it's at night versus in the morning. And then you'll be wet and ready to go to bed. Folks, are you ready now to go to manscaped.com/ no, don't slash me. Just go to manscaped.com and use the code word DRIVE, D-R-I-V-E, for 20% off and free shipping. Manscaped.com, code DRIVE for 20% off and free shipping. And you will feel and smell, well, as good as possible. I mean, some of you, I've seen some of you, and there's not much that we can do without plastic surgery. Manscaped. Well, if Tony Khan is looking around his house and missing something, it's not body hair. It's Cody and Brandy Rhodes, apparently. They are leaving. They're gone. They're done. They're in the archives. They are, well, maybe not they, but he is headed to the WWE. The contract negotiations failed. Brian, have you heard about this little tidbit of news?
Yes, I've heard a great deal about this bit of news.
Everybody went out of their fucking minds this week. And to be honest, I had thought we heard that his contract was up at the end of the year, and they put the interim TV title on Sammy for, a week and a half. And then Cody was back on television, and he made the little smart-ass comment, I didn't get the contract to mail I was wanting, but I thought certainly they had cleared it up and were going to divulge the news or whatever at that point. But no, he does the job to Sammy, admirable enough. And then he's gone again, and then they didn't sign the contract, and he's done. What the... We've heard, of course, numerous rumors. We heard he wanted Punk money. Punk and Jericho money was the way that it was phrased, although I think Punk money sounds better. I want Punk money. And we've heard that he was upset that his booking power was diminished. But Tony Khan's always been the booker. That's what the problem has been. But almost all, especially of the top guys, have pretty much been able to do what they want with their programs, except in the case of FTR, if some of the EVPs are actively trying to prevent them from being seen or succeeding. So it's not Cody's booking. Cody didn't lose any booking power over his own shit. You got to wonder, were his suggestions being taken? Or you got to wonder if he was opposed to the outlaw talent that was being signed and the goofy, not ready for primetime players that were being put on the show, wouldn't that have been an even bigger deal 2 years ago when they first started, or even a year ago before they started getting real talent?
That isn't the booking power that I think he has an issue with. I think part of the problem was, as we've seen play out over the last several months, Cody was ready, primed and ready for what could have been an all-time heel run. Fans are ready to boo Brandy. They already are. Fans were booing Cody. And what we saw play out on the air, his refusal to turn, may have been what was also playing out behind the scenes. His refusal to acknowledge what's happening and go with it and do something different.
Certainly not. That would be it. I didn't even think about that, but that would be completely insane. Get mad because they want you to turn heel because you're the goddamn most reviled human being on the roster and the people are booing you out of the building?
I don't think it was I don't think it was Cody, saying, "God damn it, Tony, stop signing all these people." I don't think that was it.
Well, but that's, again, you're trying to figure out, this was his venture, right? The project, the revolution. What about the love of the game? Did it all become about, I want Punk and Jericho money, when he realized that what everybody else already knew? I mean, Cody has been used at the top in the company and presented as a top guy, but he's not a topper guy than Bryan Danielson and CM Punk. Now, if Jericho's making more money than he is, well, then that might be a bone of contention, because Jericho didn't set himself on fire for the company. He didn't take those ridiculous bumps Cody took, except when he was on a crash pad or poof. So I can see, and also Jericho's managed to be a anchor around everybody's young guy's neck that he's worked with. But still, what about the love of the game and the revolution? I could have made a lot more money if I'd have said, fuck it, I'm going to go to the WWF full time in 1993 and not run Smoky Mountain Wrestling. But that was not my mission, my labor of love. My labor of love was Smoky Mountain Wrestling, and I worked with the WWF to make the money to keep Smoky Mountain going. So he didn't love the project more than money. And I would be sympathetic if, like I said, if it was that he finally said, God damn it, Tony, these fucking jack-off trampoline cosplayers and their friends are killing the company that we're trying to build, and I'm setting myself on fire for. If there'd been some them or me moment, straighten this shit up and fly it right, or I'm out of here, I could sympathize with that.
There was none of that.
There was, not that we can tell. I'm sure Brandy wasn't happy because apparently she's not going to be part of this deal. I don't see the WWE clamoring to sign another subpar female wrestler. Maybe they need a chief brandy officer or a cooking show.
Stephanie was their chief brand officer, if you remember.
But she wasn't the chief brandy officer.
No, she wasn't.
Got to be somebody in charge of the alcoholic spirits. So what we've got now is one of the guys who led the revolution and established and built the company, who actually, out of all the executive vice presidents, the Hardley Boys and Twinkle Toes, is the only competent pro wrestler amongst them. Because we've mentioned, and I was all for him 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, whatever, until his ego got out of control and all these strange things started going on with the way he was presented, and his insufferably egotistical better half can't stay out of it. And Brandy. But he's a much better wrestler than either one of the fucking Hardley Boys. And whether anybody likes it or not, he might not do the flips and the dives and the prancing and the finger pointing and gesticulating, but anybody that thinks that Twinkle Toes is a better wrestler, pro wrestler than Cody is demented. So he was the one that didn't fit in that group. He had a lineage in pro wrestling. He was accomplished at pro wrestling. He had been other places of note and done.
I think you're overstating that a bit with Cody Rhodes.
Well, he was in the WWE and they used him somewhat, and he didn't like the Stardust gimmick, but he's been in the ring and been with the major talent, had been in a major company. And then he did do work in Ring of Honor, etc. Point is, he's had of all of those guys, he's had the best matches. He's the best wrestler. And that's why he didn't fit with the other EVPs. So now, obviously, the WWE will be more than happy to give him a bunch of money because they don't care at this point for this signing. They get not only one of the guys that's been presented as a top guy from the opposition, but they get a guy again that knows everything. Remember when I said, well, the WWE's fired William Regal. So he trained everybody. He's got a good relationship with them. And they fired the NXT people that know when everybody's contract is up and have everybody's phone number. Well, now Tony Khan has lost one of his EVPs that whether you have an NDA or it's not cricket to divulge this proprietary information, he knows what everybody's contract is, how much they're making, when they're up, what everybody's soft spot is as far as what they want out of their career or their employer, what they don't want, what their personal picadillos are. He knows everything. So they can bring him in, pay him several $1 million a year. He can wrestle, and he can also tell them everything they need to fucking know if they want to cherry pick somebody else coming up. So that's a wise investment for the WWE. Now, will there be throne breaking on the entrance? Will he be allowed to do anything he wants to do? Can he go out there and just deliver his 10-minute workshopped promos the way he wants to deliver them? I think not.
I think the days of the workshop are over.
The workshop is closed for repairs. And he's going to be how they're going to use him. I'm sure he's going to have a little bit of input in, but it's not like they've just hired Stone Cold Steve Austin to come back. And we'll do anything, Steve. Just grace us with your presence.
It's not like, respectfully, it's not like they've hired a good executive. It's not like they've hired someone with a good run lately. I mean, Cody had all of the goodwill coming out of All In into the early days of AEW up until the neck tattoo. I mean, that is kind of like the jumping of the shark. Like, it's that moment that kind of switched. All of a sudden, Cody got weird. Part of it was the pandemic came in. Part of it was he was there, he wasn't there.
A lot of it was residual from Brandy. They just disliked Brandy so much, they were mad at Cody for having to look at her.
Maybe to a small extent, but again, the way Brandy was used is a whole different problem. That's a whole different problem that Cody eventually had hanging around his neck, but I think it's Cody. There's nothing about Cody Rhodes, the professional wrestler in the last couple of years, that would make anyone want to cheer him. There's nothing about the on-air character of Cody Rhodes that would make anyone want to cheer him. So he's going into WWE right now off a couple of years where, and you know, some people are finally starting to admit certain things, where he lost some backstage influence in AEW, where guys started rolling their eyes at Cody Rhodes more and more. Now you're seeing the spin that, oh, the executive vice presidents didn't talk to one another. Yeah. If someone says, hello, how are you? The other guy might say, I'm fine, thank you for asking. But that's really the end of the conversation for a while.
Yeah. That was a little bit more than me and Shitstain did in TNA. Just a little bit more, but
So WWE's getting, from a perception standpoint, it's a great get for WWE because Tony allowed Cody to be placed as, in a lot of ways, the face of AEW. The first wrestler you saw at the beginning of Dynamite was Cody in that flash scene of different wrestlers. Doing media, pretending like he was like the booker, was Cody. Right, all those great Cody quotes we would talk about were from him doing press interviews, trying to be the wrestling sage. And it always came across hysterical, and we always had fun talking about it. All of that is gone. And I think there's a lot of people in AEW relieved, and it's going to be very interesting what happens in the WWE right now. How are those fans going to take to Cody? There is a different fan base that hasn't watched AEW or may just know a little bit about it. They may not know anything about what's happened to Cody Rhodes since Stardust. So depending on how he's used and how he's pushed, it's going to be interesting. But Jace Nakarado had a very interesting point before the show. How long before they start doing some sort of thing where Vince wants to get him into a turtleneck? and that becomes the weekly thing on Raw. He's got that neck tattoo. How do we cover up that tattoo? How long before that's it and he starts dressing like Baron von Raschke, showing up with the turtleneck on?
And that's... You made a good point in that the WWE still has fans that don't watch anything else because they think this sorry state of affairs is what pro wrestling is. They've never seen anything else. So they don't know, maybe peripherally, Cody was with another company or whatever. They remember Stardust. They haven't seen him in a while. The AEW fans were booing Cody out of the building whenever they saw him. So, is that going to influence how he has to be presented in the WWE? Are they going to make him a heel because he's a condescending cretin that's a reality TV show star and thinks he's better than anybody else, etc., gives off that impression, you know, kind of like real life? And the AEW fans are going to boo him, and the WWE fans, because wasn't he a heel the last time he was there? Wasn't Stardust a heel?
I don't even know if anyone will remember that. So
nobody will remember, but the WWE fans will take him as to however they present him now. The AEW fans will still boo him. Is he a babyface in the WWE? I don't... So...
Can he be a babyface in WWE? I don't know. And the other thing is, will the fans there take to him as a main eventer? Will Vince see him as a main eventer and believe in it enough to go with it, even if there's some early hiccups? And will the fans there take to Cody Rhodes as a main eventer? And quite frankly, I have to be honest, if he is going to be a heel, and he probably should be, then he should have Brandy. They should bring Brandy in to be with him.
I can't argue with that either, because if you want to get booed, it's a real good idea to have Brandy Runnels right next to you.
How about the fact that the last ever Cody or Brandy segment in AEW history is that segment with Lambert just telling her what a piece of crap she is while she stands there glassy-eyed and takes it.
Yeah. Boom, boom, boom. And here's another one. Boom.
What the fuck? I mean, what a weird segment. She comes out there and teases the wrong city to make sure they boo her. And then the heel comes out to make sure they cheer him by attacking her. And that's the last time we see them on TV. That's the payoff. We'll never find... I joked. I said Red Velvet's going to be wrestling Paige Van Zandt, not Brandy. It may happen now, because there ain't going to be a Paige Van Zandt Brandy match, just like there wasn't a Brandy Jade Cargill match. Look at the booking. And by the way, for those of you wondering, I'm going to spoil this now. It will be long, surprisingly longer than we thought. There will be a Cody and Brandy and AEW omnibus going up on the YouTube channel.
All right, now wait, let's tell them how this came about. We've got some entrepreneurial spirits working for us now, and one of the minions, Jay Sharknado himself, said, you know, you guys, you started out, Cody was one of the people that we were complimenting. He had that incredible match that we still remember with his brother Dustin at their first pay-per-view, and then things have slowly but steadily headed south. And he said, what would it be like if we put together the stuff in real time that you were talking about as you saw it and watch the slow and steady decline of the public image of Cody Rhodes?
I can't wait for Jace to hear this.
Well, yeah, we said go for it. And he's put this together, and you mentioned we're going to be putting it up on the YouTube channel, but we have in the past, 3 years since
Double or Nothing.
Since Double or Nothing, which was technically, legitimately the first AEW pay-per-view. We have talked about or described Cody and his involvement with various things for 14 hours.
It will be a long one. It will be ending with this clip, by the way, but
yes.
But that's one of the points. And we'll see it play out on the omnibus. But when you look at the first several months of AEW, although not perfect, you kind of have an idea of what's going on with Cody. Cody and Jericho, the stipulation, which turns out he will live up to the stipulation. He won't be challenging for the AEW title match, into Cody and MJF. Again, not perfect. Some things felt rushed. Some things were done wrong, but it made sense. Explain any of the booking of Cody and Brandy since that point to the last moment they're in AEW. Not only does it make no sense, but knowing there's no payoff, there is no heel run. There is no, wow, Cody's really been working on this dynamic character. Look at what it really is. There's none of that. This is what it was. It is one of the most mystifying 2 years of booking in wrestling history. And you can understand why Tony Khan
was what it was.
And you can understand why Tony Khan would not want to necessarily continue on with this, because the other story, apparently, you know, Omega and the Bucks and Jericho, although Jericho's not an executive vice president, maybe a few others, had 3-year deals with rollovers. I think Omega may have had a 4-year deal, but 3-year deals with rollovers. And Tony Khan executed the rollovers for the Young Bucks. Keeps them for another couple of years, gives them a little bump. I think Jericho, probably same thing. He didn't execute that with Cody. Instead, they went right to a renegotiation where Cody wanted Punk money. And realistically, fairly, you can't say that Cody Rhodes is worth Punk money to AEW, could you?
No. Because, and unfortunately, part of that is, with anybody, is being one of the guys that was there at the start. And I've said this before, and I've started a couple of promotions. You don't want all the greatest wrestlers in the world to start your company, because the people you start with, they all come into the people's eyes and their consciousness together at the same time. And yes, you feature main event guys, and if they're talented, they should stand out. But then after you've been going for a little while, bringing a big name in has more fucking impact, because now you've got a base audience and you've got a baseline, and suddenly someone new comes in. They saw everybody else at the start all together. It's different. So you always want to start with a competent crew that can give good matches and get people started watching. But then you want to have heavy hitters that are available to come in and jazz you up and pick you up. And because Cody was one of the guys that started there, he was never going to have the impact of a CM Punk, a level of guy like that coming back to the business after 7 years, or Bryan Danielson, who's been at that level and has so much goodwill because of all of the greatness that he's been involved with before. He comes in, boom, that's a big deal.
And there's part of the problem. Those guys come in and no one at that point was saying, I can't wait to see them against Cody. He was almost a non-entity at that point.
Well, and part of it, game shows and reality TV, he'd taken himself out of the game a number of times to go off and do other things. And, you know, there's another answer to how can we miss you if you won't go away? What if you go away and nobody cares? That's one of the reasons why a lot of guys that had good positions in the old territory days didn't want to go away. And they got stale, but at least they were still in the spot, because it's even worse if you go away and they do just fine without you. But that's where we're at, is that Cody now, this was part of their revolution, but he gets dissatisfied enough for whatever reason, whether it's the input he has on his booking or the input he has on other booking,
money,
or the dissatisfaction with bigger stars having come in and gotten bigger money. So whatever he's dissatisfied now, he's leaving. He can be a major benefit, not a spy, but basically an informer to the WWE. And they can crow that they signed one of the top guys away from the other company. And, you know, honestly, Cody's going to get this money that he's agreed to with the WWE. And I would assume that he doesn't have he has a no-cut deal with the WWE, or that would be insanity.
We don't know that.
Well,
that's not a fair assumption. That's not a fair assumption.
No, that is a fair assumption, because you know that Tony doesn't cut anybody. Tony doesn't cut his toenails. So if it's all about money and Cody wants to take a deal with the WWE, he has to eliminate the 90-day clause, or else why is he just signing a 3-month contract? That would be stupid.
This whole thing is stupid. Cody Rhodes was set to have a job for life. Cody Rhodes was set to a job for life where he gets to act out his executive fantasies. and he blew it. And he went too far with how much money he wanted, and he priced himself out of AEW.
But where I was going was, he's going to get the money, and I think I'm sure they've got that taken care of, that he can't be fired after 3 months and them say, oh, never mind. And then he come back knocking on Tony's door. Tony, please, sir, can I have some more? But do you think that they're going to hire a guy who was a champion in AEW, who was one of the top guys and has a number of victories over some of the others, and push him to the moon and have him start beating the major players in the WWE? I don't think so. I think Cody's going to be a very well-paid upper mid-card guy, because they want the information and they want the visual, the optic. But also they're going to want a guy to work on the card, but he's not going to be the be all and end all of their problems on the card. And they're not going to have an AEW guy go in there and get any victories over Roman Reigns or Brock Lesnar or Bobby Lashley anytime soon. So he's going to take the money, leave his friends in the lurch, and get used as a very well-paid upper mid-card guy for the next few years until his next reality show project takes off. That's what I think.
It's interesting, too, what this says about the contracts in wrestling right now, the price for them, or how much money the wrestlers are getting, I guess a better way to say it. But Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn both stayed with WWE. Obviously, Tony Khan chose not to offer them what WWE was willing to offer them. Tony Khan gave CM Punk a lot of money. Chris Jericho's there for a lot of money. So it's not that Tony Khan won't spend. It's not that he can't spend. He chose not to spend on Cody, knowing what this would be perception-wise. Cody going to the WWE, one of AEW's founders going to WWE.
Well, but it's not just Cody, because he's starting to set precedents. And you can't, and with all these contracts coming up, and that's one thing that we found out to our dismay, although we staggered things. In Ring of Honor, when Sinclair took over, there were some contracts that were 1 year and some contracts that were 2 years. We wanted some guys for 3 years, but they wouldn't allow us to go that far. So we did have an element of, everybody wasn't up all at the same time. Some were the summer of 1 year, some were the summer of the next year. So we had an opportunity to fill some in, but still it was a lot of people coming due that you had to renew at the same time. And since they've overpaid from the start here, and these outlaw guys that they signed, just ridiculous money that nobody else was ever going to get or is ever going to give them again, the guys that they're quietly allowing to just scamper away and be free, 4 or 5 of those guys would have paid for you a Danielson or a Punk or somebody on top, pretty much. But that's the thing, is that with everybody coming due, they've made everybody feel like they're a superstar because nobody's feelings are allowed to be hurt. Everybody's featured at one time or another, whether it's called for or not. So all these guys are now going to think that they're worth a fucking fortune. And the one, unfortunately, that has to pick between which ones are worth it and which ones aren't is Tony Khan, who made all the original mistakes to begin with, because he didn't know how much guys made, how much some of the people that he signed made in other places, how much money some of these people should make. And so everything he heard, well, it's great to me if you say so. Well, if that's right, okay. Well, now if they want more money, he's going to have to give them raises on top of trying to bring new. Oh, here's another thing. Remember the girl that had the match with Jane Cargill the other night, Aqua?
AQA, yes.
And fell off the fucking buckles and all that shit. They signed her.
Yes, I saw that.
That's what I'm saying. And not only is Tony Khan the one that's going to have to decide whether to re-sign some of these overpriced nitwits, but he's also the one that's continuing to determine who gets signed from scratch. So it's going to continue to be a mess because he doesn't know, he can't pick, he doesn't know what to look for, and he's got umpteen people telling him all kinds of different shit. But there comes a point, even him, he can't spend any more money. So when you think about it, no, he shouldn't have given Cody the same money that Punk is getting for the return on the investment. Of course, Cody would think, well, hey, I set myself on fire for you, motherfucker. But if they dropped Aqua and, and the jellies of the world and the Sunny Kisses and all those people are expiring, don't do that shit again. And instead of signing these 7 or 8 underneath or mid-level talents or whatever, just spend that money on Cody and you'd still have him. So it's not.
But would you want him? That's the issue.
But here, what I'm saying is, goddamn, you're still wasting the money. Tony Khan is still wasting the money he would have spent on Cody Rhodes to give him Punk money, and he still don't have Cody. And he's got other people that ain't worth a shit.
But again, if the idea, and I don't know what the idea is, and certainly the Jellies and Sunnies don't fall into this, but if the idea with an AQA or any of these other young people are, let me give them a contract, it's not going to cost much, it keeps them away from WWE, maybe we could develop them and do something with them in a few years. I'm not totally against that, but I don't know if that's what this is. But with Cody,
I think if somebody had the foresight and the ability to pick the people that would really fit into that category, then that's something. Yes, let's sign something to stock our cabinet for the future. Unfortunately, he's the one picking which, on the advice of all of their friends and their trainers, they're recommending which ones he sign, and it still sucks.
But let's go to Cody specifically and the value of Cody right now. The way it works in AEW is, Tony's the booker in the sense that he says yes and no. Maybe he'll say, do this. Maybe he'll say, don't say or do this. But guys go to Tony and they have ideas for what they want to do. A lot of guys may have guys they want to work with. CM Punk went in there. He's only going to work with guys he wants to work with. It's like Austin coming back for WrestleMania. He's going to pick who he wants to work with.
Right.
In fact, he's working with an MJF. I'm going to assume CM Punk watched AEW for a couple of years, said, this guy's really talented. I'd like to work with him. That's who he's working with. Whoever CM Punk works with next, that's who he wants to work with. Danielson, likely the same thing. With Hangman Page, he's part of the Bucks camp. Good or bad, they have a clique. They protect each other. They work with each other. They do their own thing. Who's going to work with Cody? What main event person was still in AEW to put Cody with?
Good question. Very good question. And you're right about that. And that's unfortunately why that they have 3 or 4 guys on the roster that are over more than their world champion, because they ignored what was actually happening in front of them and still decided to fulfill the plan that they had 3 years previously to make Page the champion. But all he does is get cross-pollinated with the Hardley Boys and the Puddin' Gang and the Trampoline Crowd. And now poor Adam Cole has been completely neutered and had his entire scrotum not only cut off but tacked on the wall and is playing with the kids. And Cody really doesn't fit in either category. He, nobody was clamoring to see him against Punk or Danielson, and I guess they weren't clamoring to be seen with him. And at the same time, he's too good for the trampoline comedy crowd. So he did kind of stick out like a spare prick at the wedding there, too.
But the other problem is, even if you want to say that, and even that's what you think, and I know you were a big Cody booster early on, that he's better than the comedy crowd or whatever else, it's how he's used. It's how he's used on that show. He's there, he's gone. He does a big angle, there's no follow-up promo the next week. They build up to something, you don't know when it's going to happen because he disappears off TV. His wife randomly shows up on TV. So even if you're someone who...
And hey, Shaq has never been the same again either.
Yeah, they use Shaq. I mean, that whole program, and again, listen to the Omnibus, ladies and gentlemen, but that's part of the problem. Whatever you want to say Cody could have been, or that Cody was for the first 6 months, or the first year of AEW, let's say, from the creation until Dynamite started up until the neck tattoo, unfortunately. The last 2 years have given you... It's just been bizarre. Like, there's nothing there that would cause anyone to root for the guy or care about the guy. And I don't know if he realized he was doing it when he was booking himself like that or taking time off to do all these other projects that didn't appeal to wrestling fans in any way. And by the way, AEW, you have to rethink now who you have doing stuff. They let Cody do all this shit, now he's gone. And is Cody going to be happy? No more Workshop. No more Arn Anderson.
No more Rhodes to the top.
No more Rhodes to the top, we would imagine. Handed a script. No more executive power. Will he still wear suits to the shows?
Oh, yeah, he'll be told to do that. God damn, they get upset if you dress like a slob up there.
You know, there have been comments comparing this to Dusty. You know, Dusty, it wasn't really about money per se, although it would have affected it if he lost a booking job when he did. But, you know, the story about Cody loses some of his booking power, now he's going to the WWF. Look at Dusty in '89. He was the booker, not an owner, but might as well be right in that tier, and he went to the WWF. Here's Cody. He was the face of AEW. He was the guy smashing the throne. He was the guy saying we were going to unionize. He was the guy saying we're going to get rid of these boring old tropes. All of these different things. And now he's returning there. How's that going to go?
That ought to be the name of a tag team, the Trope Brothers.
The boring old tropes.
Boy, there comes those boring old tropes. And by the way, you know what the big lesson too is? Those boring old tropes are still true, Cody. There are baby faces and heels. You should have paid attention to that. Those boring old tropes are the ones that's making multi-millions of dollars from Vince McMahon to come back for one night. And I will, the person who revealed this to me shall remain nameless. He was a person that worked in FCW before it was NXT, when it was still Florida champ, but Dusty was there, right? And they were sitting there and something was going on where the modern sports entertainment stuff, somebody was doing a new gimmick or somebody was doing a promo or whatever, some concoction. And Dusty's sitting there shaking his head. And the guy that told me this, Dusty just came out and said, Vince McMahon better be glad I didn't save my money. He better be glad I didn't save my money, or he wouldn't have been there for a fucking second. Anyway, we wish the Rhodes family good luck in their future endeavors, as long as Brandy's don't involve getting in a wrestling ring.
I hope it does. I'm going to miss the freak show atmosphere of every Rhodes segment on that show. I can't wait to see him on Raw or SmackDown. If they don't mess it up, I'll watch every week to see Cody, because it's such a train wreck and it's hysterical. He's the funniest man in wrestling. Unfortunately, I think it'll be a big thing for his debut, the first promo, and then he'll put on the turtleneck. You know, I think they're going to do something to immediately take all the steam down. And you brought up, and it's a great point, because we've seen how they've booked Taz when he was the ECW champion, or various different people. Are they going to bring Cody in and put him over everyone? Probably not. But you also do want to send a signal. We've heard MJF's contract comes up in a couple years. Wardlow is a name we've heard WWE's interested in. Various other guys. What message does it send if you bring in Cody and just kick the shit out of him?
Well, no, I mean, that won't. Think about this. Even these schlubs that they're trying to get over in the WWE today, they don't come in and lose their first match on TV, which is the stupid, unless, a bunch of people should lose their first match on TV. The people that you don't intend to ever have it beat anybody, right? But otherwise, it's the stupidest thing ever in the history of wrestling to bring somebody in and beat them their first time on television. It's never happened for a reason, because it's fucking stupid. So even even if they're trying to bury somebody eventually, they won't beat him at the first. They will put him over numerous times on television at first, for the long term when they pigeonhole him in the upper middle card spot and reveal then the level of WWE talent that he's not able to beat. But no, they're not complete rank amateurs, and they're not going to sign anybody to a contract of any note and bring them in and beat them their first time on television, no matter who they are. So we can't, we're not going to see that. But after the first match or two, and definitely after the first promo, everybody is going to get a flavor on maybe not exactly how Cody is going to be presented, but exactly how far he's going to be allowed to go to be himself. I think we'll know that.
They made a mistake not bringing Brandy in. They should have brought Brandy in. I'm serious. As part of the package. I don't think he's going to be a babyface because I don't think it could last. We'll see. I mean, they have a lot of kids in that audience, but he doesn't really talk to kids when he does his promo. So we'll see. But if he's going to be a heel, as he should, because he's a natural, Brandy being there would be perfect. So I think they should bring Brandy in.
Well, it's all about visibility. It's all about visibility, Brian. It's all about whether you can see clearly or not, or have a clear vision to move forward. It's like our friends at NetSuite. Well, they have just sent me an email, and they're telling me about their fine product, and the way that it starts, it'll tell you everything about visibility. This is it. The putt to win the tournament. If you sink it, the championship is yours. But on your backswing, your hat falls over your eyes. Is this how you're running your business? Are you a member of the AEW wrestling roster? You're a slapstick comedian with your hat falling over your eyes? I bet as soon as your hat fell over your eyes, your pants fell down. Well,
what are you
poor
doing?
Visibility. Well, the hat falls in, the pants fall down, you don't know when, and there's your tallywhacker just hanging out. And on your backswing, if your hat falls over your eyes and your pants fall down, you can't make the putt. You can't even make your putter stand up. And I'll tell you what, if you've got a limp putter, you're in bad shape. And poor visibility. That was the problem there on that golf swing. Poor visibility. You couldn't see what you were swinging at. And if you can't see, then you don't know. If you're still relying on spreadsheets and outdated software, if you're still relying on spreadsheets, I'll tell you what, I just last night before I went to bed, spread that sheet out on the bed, and I said, fuck, I'm having all kinds of trouble tucking this thing in. So I got one of those new sheets you don't have to spread. It's an auto tucking type of thing, and it stays there forever.
It's a different kind of spreadsheet altogether. It's not even a sheet.
Not a sheet, but you spread it out. Well, it goes with outdated financial software. That's bad along with the spreadsheets. One of these days, I'm going to learn how to use a spreadsheet so that I can then stop using it because it's outdated. But to see the full picture of your finances, folks, you need to upgrade to NetSuite by Oracle. NetSuite is the #1 cloud financial system to power your growth. If you get this stuff, you will have the biggest, fluffiest clouds that you have ever grown in your life. And also you can see your financials, because with visibility and control of your financials, inventory, HR, planning, budgeting, and more, NetSuite is everything that you need to grow all in one place. And everybody knows that you need to grow things. And NetSuite will help you grow these things, like financials and inventory and HR and planning and budgeting. You can automate your processes and close your books in no time. As a matter of fact, I've closed that book right now.
In no time?
In no time. You can stay well ahead of your competition. We have no competition. 93% of surveyed businesses increased their visibility and control after upgrading to NetSuite. 5% were indicted on fraud charges.
No, there is no 5% that was indicted.
2% were out on bail.
No.
And over 28,000 businesses already use NetSuite.
Yes.
That is true.
That part's true.
That part's true. For the new year, NetSuite has a new financing program for those ready to upgrade at netsuite.com/JCE. So you can head now, NetSuite, NetSuite.com/JCE for one-of-a-kind financing on the #1 financial system for growing businesses. And that's the big rage these days, the growing businesses. Marijuana is a multi-billion-dollar product these days, and everybody is setting up these growing businesses. So I guess you can use this NetSuite to keep track of your weed money.
Well, I think actually it's referring to any business that has growth Not necessarily just the
Oh, it's not a growing business.
marijuana
It's a
industry.
business that's growing.
Correct.
I see.
Any
Never
business
mind.
that is growing.
Okay, well, there you go. That's for NetSuite. netsuite.com/JCE, whether you're stoned or not.
All right.
What do you got going on the Arcadian Vanguard Network this fine week?
Another action-packed week on the Arcadian Vanguard Podcast Network, whether you're stoned or not. Get information about all the shows on Twitter at Superpodcast or on Facebook, facebook.com/Arcadian Vanguard. A few notes. The latest episode of Breaking Kayfabe with Baldwin and Barry is out right now at BaldwinPod.com, or look for Breaking Kayfabe with Baldwin and Barry wherever you find your favorite shows. This week, Cowboy Bob Orton Jr., whatever you want to call him. He is the guest. Great interview. Check it out today. Breaking Kayfabe with Baldwin and Barry wherever you find your favorite shows. Want to make mention of a show that is quickly becoming very popular. Shut Up and Wrestle with Brian Solomon. The latest episode out right now.
Our buddy.
Hear Brian's conversation just like he had here on the show with Jim Cornette, but his latest conversation on Shut Up and Wrestle is with Keith Elliott Greenberg. Check it out today at SUAWpod.com, or look for Shut Up and Wrestle with Brian Solomon wherever you find your favorite podcasts. Don't forget about the 605 Superpodcast, the Mothership! Go through the archive today at 605pod.com, available wherever you find your favorite podcasts, the Mothership.
Yeah, it's certainly a mother, all right.
That's right.
We've gone a while today. Let's end strong with a dissertation and recap on the AEW Dynamite program from February 16th. There was a stinky program on Monday, a stinky program on Tuesday, and here comes, guess what? A fairly stinky program on Wednesday. There was some redeeming factors to this. It was better than a poke in the eye with a sharp stick, as Mama Cornette used to say. But then what isn't, when you think about it? The program started off differently. No Mussolini! Just Punk sitting cross-legged in the ring. What they used to call it Indian style when we were in grade school. Everybody sit around the desk Indian style. We're going to have cookies.
They don't call it that anymore. Now it's
What style is it now? Doggy style?
crisscross applesauce.
Crisscross applesauce.
Because of the way your legs crisscross.
Yeah, but where does the applesauce come from?
It just makes it all rhyme.
I think in that case, the child may need to be sent home if he's producing applesauce by crisscrossing his legs. Possibly a medical fucking issue there. I don't know, though. Who am I to decide? I'm not a pediatrician. Start one of these fine Sprite Zeros.
If it was Dr. Pepper, you'd be a pediatrician.
So anyway, Punk started this show out. He looks directly into the camera. He speaks to the people. He sounds like it's coming off the top of his head. It's conversational. Gets to the point. He's talking about old shitty little Max from shitty little Long Island. Thought you might get offended there.
He's just doing a promo. He doesn't mean it.
Well, he does, but nevertheless. It's a rematch is what he's talking about. He wants that rematch with MJF. Wouldn't you know who won the pony and when this rematch is going to come up? March 6th at the Revolution pay-per-view. Well, that is convenient. And he was sitting there with a little gift box in front of him. And he again, a good promo. And then he unwraps the gift box because he's been saying that MJF, and this is this tied together perfectly. He's been saying that, or MJF has been saying that he's better than Brett in Calgary, better than Punk in Chicago, better than Piper in Portland. So Punk unwraps the gift box that's sitting there in front of him and pulls out a dog collar and chain. Okay, you want to be better than Piper in Portland? Well, and I mean, he didn't even need to explain it for this crowd because they're the smartest of the smart. And I jotted down, hopefully history will be recounted. And then, yes, Tony Schiavone started to, oh, that reminds me of Piper and Valentine. And then gave no details whatsoever. But later on in the program, they covered it a little bit with the announcers talking about it. But Greg Valentine, I would imagine, is available.
Yeah, remember he was there when they had the last dog collar match, wasn't he?
Oh, that's right, he was. So instead of bringing him to sit at ringside and look like a fucking bump on a log, why don't they just take a camera and let him do a couple minutes talking about how that, they were never the same after he and Piper, and, Piper's eardrum and it was so dangerous and blah, blah, blah. They can't show the footage. That's owned under the auspices of the WWE now. But for the sake of people who either weren't born or haven't seen the match from 1983. 80? I was going to say 82, 83. They haven't seen the match 40 years ago. Just tell people. Fill them in. But anyway, so he calls MJF out to the stage to answer. And when MJF comes out there, Punk shows him the picture of a 14-year-old or 12-year-old, whatever age he was then, meeting a 14-year-old MJF meeting CM Punk, which was a great touch. It's a legitimate picture. And the people start chanting Punk, and MJF goes to fire back at him and is rattled and can't think of anything to say. For the first time in history, MJF can't speak and throws the microphone down and leaves. And now we get like Mussolini with extra chain. But that was a good segment. It didn't go too long. It was good at this point for MJF to be speechless because he never has been. Punk set the fucking stipulation up, and it makes sense. You understand where it came from. Not like a Texas death match that's not really a Texas death match to start a rivalry that's not really a rivalry for a world title from a champion that's not really a champion, blah, blah, blah. This worked. It made sense. Now we want to see Punk and MJF dog collar match. And where he's going to leave MJF's blood all over the ring on the pay-per-view. It's wrestling. Imagine that. What'd you think?
Thought it was good. Thought it was really good. Maybe a little too long, especially considering how many other long promo segments would end up happening on this show, including right after this. I liked it. I'm intrigued by, we've never seen MJF just walk away. What's the reaction going to be next week? They're running out of time. Not running out of time, but there's only a few more episodes before the pay-per-view. There's going to be some sort of reaction.
He's got to get some heat.
Yeah, I mean, they're not going to just leave it at that. So this has been the one feud that week to week has made sense since the beginning. So they're going to do something next week. I'm intrigued to see what it is. And I wasn't sure he had a gift box. You said he had a gift box. I was looking at it like, what is that?
It looked like a fucking birthday present to me.
I don't know. I guess I didn't see it that way. I thought he was maybe hiding something he was looking at.
They got these new things called a high-def television.
Oh, shush. I saw what it was. I didn't recognize
on rabbit ears. The picture was snowy because you had to turn the fucking antenna.
If I could find someone to fix tube TVs, I'd be in heaven right now because I got some good stuff here. But anyway, my point was going to be, there were a few points where, because it went a while and he was talking more than yelling a promo, you did hear some fans acting up in the background, but then he would pull them back in. And when he finally pulled out that dog collar and you heard the crowd reaction, and then just the little shit he was doing, like putting it in his own mouth to show what's going to happen. I thought it was really strong, and I am looking forward to this match. AEW has done a rematch that I want to see. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what this dog collar match, because I don't think these two guys are going to let us down. I think it means something to them too.
Yeah, and it's not going to be ridiculous, diamond cutters off the top of the ladder with the dog collar. It's going to be shit that makes sense, one would imagine. I will say you did mention that this was long for a talking segment with so much other talking on the show. That's why they should have cut down some of the other talking, because none of it was as important as this.
I agree.
So Tony Schiavone quickly in the back with Christian Cage, Jungle Boy, and Dino Douche. The information they imparted to us in like a 1-minute backstage pre-tape was that there'll be a triple threat tag team title match at the pay-per-view where two teams are challenging Jungle Boy and Dino. But next week, there's going to be a tag team battle royal on TV to see who, I guess, those two teams are. And in 2 weeks, there's going to be some other kind of battle royal on TV to determine something else. Is that what you remember?
You got more out of that than I did, because at this point, all three of those guys, every time they talk, it's like Charlie Brown's teachers talking. I just don't hear anything else.
Peanuts parents.
I have no idea what they're involved with or what they're doing, and I don't really care.
There's going to be battle royals next 2 weeks on TV and a multi-team tag team title match on the pay-per-view. So this is going to be a goddamn clusterfuck. But then, Bryan Danielson versus Lee Moriarty. I said, at least Bryan Danielson is back. And there was a sign in the crowd, Bryan Danielson dies at the end of, or dies. Bryan Danielson cries at the end of Old Yeller, which I thought was funny. Again, all of the mistakes that everybody else has made, Danielson doesn't make them. Every time that a major star comes in this company and is put with an underneath guy, and that's no disrespect to Lee Moriarty. He's a bit player. He's a backup singer, whatever. He's a bench warmer, whatever genre of sports or entertainment that you want to. He's brand new and he ain't been far and he's got farther to go than he has behind him. So right now, he's an underneath guy. All of the marks that come in here, the indie wrestlers, they have a Starrcade main event match with undercard guys and barely eke out a win and think they've done something for somebody. And they haven't, because instead of elevating the guy that they're working with, they've made it so preposterous that everybody said, well, so-and-so, that star wasn't as good as I thought he was because he can't even beat old so-and-so there. They bring themselves down. They don't elevate the other guy. Danielson elevated Lee Moriarty by completely out-wrestling him and beating him. But because he made him look better than he ever has and gave him enough, but not too much, chances, it worked. Danielson makes it look effortless. He out-wrestles the guy. He slaps the shit out of him. Then he lets him shine. But Danielson stays in control. He's in control when they go to the break. He's in control when they come back. That now he lets Moriarty do a bunch more shit. But it's not about the length that everybody says, well, so-and-so shouldn't have gone that long. Here was an example. Danielson went long with Moriarty, but it was good because he knew what he was doing. It's taking your time and getting time. It can be a 15-minute match without being competitive, without being that WrestleMania main event. It can be 15 minutes because the star is cocky and toying with the guy, and that kills a little time and gets a little heat on the star, but then the fucking underneath babyface can fire up just enough that the people stay with it. But when Danielson won this, he didn't win by the skin of his teeth after this match. He made the guy look better than he ever has without bumping for him like a Super Bowl. Got the fans to chant, "This is awesome," for some wrestling maneuvers and mat wrestling. And then, Moriarty is green. He did a nice belly to back. He fired up. His strikes are not that great. He needs to work on those, but he fought to get a 2 count on Danielson, and finally he did. And then Moriarty got a crossface, but Danielson suplexed out because he's a better wrestler. This was a clinic by Bryan Danielson in how to work a good match with an underneath guy to bring him up but not be ridiculous. And that's what he did. And then Danielson stomped the shit out of him and put a leg triangle on him and choked him out while doing a double bicep pose. What a fucking heel. Perfect. Again, Bryan, I say,
you can't take your eyes off him in the ring. He's so good right now. He's so good.
And that's Lawler, when he was a heel, had that. Of the great heels have that you pay attention to them even when the other guy is doing his shit, even when the other guy's in control momentarily. Whatever, you're always paying attention to the star of that match, and that's Bryan Danielson. And then he starts doing a promo, and he's barely out of breath. And I love the quote, "I don't trust the American public with anything," when he'd asked if they wanted to see him and Moxley team up. But this is where I don't know whether to be fallen, crestfallen, downtrodden, depressed, or what's going to go on here. But he's still asking Moxley to team up with him to teach the young guys about violence. He wants an answer. Moxley comes in. I've heard Wild Thing now, so I fast forwarded 5 minutes to get him to the fucking ring. And watching him sway and swerve and stagger gives me nausea in the ring. He did mention Tracy Smothers, Moxley did. But, I mean, it was a promo. He recounted his first indie match with Bryan Danielson 20 years ago where he lost. And then since then, he's never beaten Bryan Danielson. And he wants to, but Danielson wants to join him, not fight him. And Moxley says, all the arms we could snap, the skulls we could cave in, etc. You don't believe it from this guy that looks like somebody that hangs out on the back porch in fucking Newport, Kentucky. Which is a suburb of Cincinnati, by the way, for those who think I don't know where Moxley's fucking hometown is. This took quite a while. I will go along with you here. This took a while. And finally, Moxley's trying to figure out, did Danielson ask for this because he doesn't want to fight Moxley? So Moxley won't say yes or no to the deal because he doesn't stand side by side with somebody until he bleeds with them first. And then he leaves all bad and blah. And I would like to see Jon Moxley walk up to any legitimate tough guy, badass in the history of the wrestling business and talk about snapping necks and drinking blood and all that stuff and see which one of them picked their teeth with him first. I love Danielson's match and I like Danielson's interview, and Moxley just irritates me at this point. It's just all this phony violence, like he's so violent. David Schultz was a violent motherfucker and made you believe that. Jon Moxley does not. Your thoughts?
I agree. I'm kind of sick of his promo already. Again, even though he's just been back for a little while, but I'm not feeling it, not digging it, don't like his promo, don't believe any of the words that come out of his mouth. Sometimes it seems like he's just, I don't know. I don't believe anything he's saying.
You know what? This is a weird thing because I always say that the guys need to believe what they're saying before the people will.
I think he believes it.
He believes that he is really this fucking badass, blood-drinking, neck-snapping, fucking mayhem fucking master because he doesn't have a mirror in his home, apparently.
If this doesn't end with him and Danielson actually doing something together, and I can't imagine it would, then I kind of don't like doing this with Danielson. It's a little weird. I'm not looking forward to a Danielson-Moxley match, although it may be the Moxley match I enjoy the most. But I'm guessing, originally before he went to rehab, they were going towards Danielson and Moxley. It looked like Moxley would turn heel. It looks like this is just their new way to get to these two guys wrestling.
Again, like you say, I want to see Danielson. I'd like to see Danielson against the younger guys that he can really help. Moxley is not going to change his style. He's going to do the garbage matches. If he's going to change, he'd have done it long before now. And all it's going to do is inject more of that gaga into Bryan Danielson's impeccable fucking performances. So, no, I don't want to see it. They had a Keith Lee package. He's still talking like Fraser Crane. And did you notice, Brian, he comes out and has the greatest match debut of a new star in a new promotion that I've seen in years. You know what match he's in now, don't you? Did you hear it?
Is it a casino ladder match or just a ladder match with no casino involved?
The multi-man, they have put this fucking giant beast in a multi-man ladder match. Not just a multi-man match where it's always a mess and nobody gets over and it's caca, but a ladder match. When you look at Keith Lee and all the physical attributes that he has, do you see him being one to scamper up a fucking ladder? Or do you see that they have put their new star in a match that will show him at his weakest and worst possible light?
I think it's the exact wrong way to use Keith Lee right now, just coming in there. And
second match we see, he's in a ladder match with 5 other fucking guys or whatever.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Who was it? Oh, goddamn. There was some other fat guy they put in a ladder match a long time ago. I remember seeing Tojo Yamamoto versus Dutch Mantel in a ladder match in Louisville, and it was as rotten as you can imagine.
A ladder match?
Yes.
Tojo and Dutch?
Yes.
I don't know about that.
They had one because we were laughing at Tojo, who was 5'4" on a good day, and his legs were 16 inches long, and he was shaped like Buddha, and he was a huge star that had drawn incredible money. And if you picked the one thing in the world that he probably could not do well, that would be climb a fucking ladder. It was brutal. But anyway, then speaking of which, another qualifying match. So they're having these matches with the winners going into the multi-man ladder match. And then the winner of that will win. This fucking confusing dreck. Wardlow is in the qualifier now against Max Caster. And I know it's heel versus heel, but they want the people to like Wardlow, so that's acceptable. But 30 seconds into the match, they go to the break. And when they come back, Wardlow's already going for a fucking power bomb. So who did Caster piss off? All he's doing is getting the shit kicked out of him in singles matches lately.
Yeah, and the Acclaimed is one of those teams I actually do want to see more of. They do show potential. Caster's got size. Bowen's cut. They're athletic. He's clever as hell with his rhymes.
Yeah, well, that's why that Bowens is at ringside and Caster's wrestling singles and he's not winning anything. Because they're a good tag team. If they'd get their shit together. So at one point, they come right back from the break. Wardlow's going for a power bomb. Caster already has the chain. In the commercial break, he's got a chain. And he hits Wardlow with the chain and then drops an elbow off the top rope on him, gets a 2 count. And then Wardlow just gets up and power bombs him several times, 1, 2, 3, and then power bombed Bowens too. So Caster has pissed somebody off. And now 2 of the members of the ladder match are Wardlow and Keith Lee. 2 guys you never want to put in a position where they have to climb ladders with guys 50 and 100 pounds lighter than they are. To put them in their absolute worst light on television. Okay, moving on. Trying to get to the good stuff. May take till next week, folks. Britt Baker is in the back. She wants Mercedes Martinez to finish off Thunder Rosa. And I'm thinking, okay, we're going to see Mercedes Martinez against Thunder Rosa. They have 3 girls on their roster that can actually wrestle. Well, 4. Britt Baker ain't bad. Britt Baker, Thunder Rosa, Serena Deeb, Mercedes Martinez. Did I miss anybody?
I'd have to stop and think about it for a moment before I answer.
Then I didn't miss anybody. The point is, so here's 2 of the girls, the 4 girls they've got can work. They're going to have a match. Okay. Unfortunately, we find out it's a no disqualification match. Lazy booking. Mercedes Martinez not only says, it's time to go murder a bitch. That's a quote. Time to go murder a bitch on their promo. But then after she walks off, Britt Baker brings some fucking gray-haired guy in that I thought it was Torrie Wilson's father, Al Wilson, from 15 years ago on WWF. Some gray-haired guy, and asked him what they should do, and he says if Mercedes Martinez loses, finish her. Show her no mercy. Who is this fucking guy? Have ever Seen him before? Is it Britt's father? Is it her dental coach? What the fuck happened here?
Well, let me first say they certainly didn't explain it well. For those unaware, like you, that's the actor Martin Kove, who played Sensei John Kreese, or still plays Sensei John Kreese, in the Karate Kid movies and now the Cobra Kai hit Netflix TV show. So because he's a sensei on that show, and this is the kind of advice he would give as a sensei, he delivers very similar lines in real life to women's wrestlers when he's advising them on their future prospects. Did I lose you?
Is he from Pittsburgh?
Not that I recall, but I really don't know where the hell he's from. He's an actor.
Then how the fuck did Britt Baker run across him where that she is able to go to him and ask for advice?
Well, she's just lucky he was standing by to give that advice.
He's standing right next to him. He was 5 feet away. They brought him with them. What was everybody supposed to know who this fucking guy was?
Yes.
What do you think the actual percentage of people in the United States of America today that do know who this fucking guy is?
I think it's pretty high.
So this
He was also in commercials. He was also like starring in a whole bunch of commercials.
For what?
For what was it?
Yeah, on the tip of your tongue.
Because it was a play on his catchphrase.
So
Instead
memorable.
of no mercy, it was mercy. What was it? God damn it. I don't know. I don't remember what the commercial was.
So this guy, he's as big a movie star as Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
No, I didn't say that.
He's as recognizable as any famous movie star or celebrity, Paris Hilton, anybody like that. Everybody knows who this guy is.
No, he's above Jason Hervey, but below The Rock.
Okay, then the average fucking American probably wouldn't on sight be able to tell you this guy's fucking name, social security number, address.
Anyone who has seen The Karate Kid knows who that is right away. And again, Cobra Kai right now, I know you don't watch it, but for kids especially, although I like it too, it's a hit show. It's a big deal. So,
well, how many kids are watching AEW wrestling?
I'm not sure.
Mentally, they're children, yes, but
you just happen to fall in the very small lane of people who never watched Karate Kid and don't give a shit about Cobra Kai at all. But I think to a lot of people. And
that's a small group.
But even if you know who he is,
why is he with... What are the ratings for this show? There's 350 million people in the country. What's the rating? How many people a week watch this fucking Cobra Kai program?
I have to look it up. It's on Netflix, so the ratings would be... I don't even know if they have ratings or how they would track them.
5 million people a week?
Let's see. How many people watch Cobra Kai? No relation to Dakota Kai.
Put that in your Google.
Audience, hold on, here we go. I have an article here. Cobra Kai high kick to the top of Netflix's most watched TV shows list with its season 4 debut in just the first 3 days after its New Year's Eve launch, excuse me.
Yeah.
The 4th season came in at number 1 on Netflix's worldwide top 10 English TV shows for December 27th to January 2nd, with audiences spending...
Ain't hearing no numbers.
With audiences spending an impressive 120 million hours watching the show.
No. Whoa, no. That could be 1 or 2 people with a lot of time on their hands. How many individual people watch each individual program?
It only tells you the hours viewed. It doesn't give you actual viewers.
Sure, then we know all kinds of tricks like that. We had 125 million minutes on YouTube last month.
But this is 120 million.
Is it possible that 10 million people a week watch this program?
Worldwide? Yes.
No, just in the United States of America. TBS is not on in Swaziland.
No. And quite frankly, I don't even know. Netflix may have more viewers than TBS. That's something to look at.
The point is, you said that a lot of people in this country watch this program, and they would know, a lot of people would know who he is. If 10 million people watch this program in the United States every week, that means 1 out of every 35 people know who this gray-haired fucking dipshit is.
Was he that gray-haired? I thought he dyed his hair.
Yeah, he gray and curly is what I saw.
Well, curly, yes. No, he's. If you know Karate Kid, he's a star.
All right. Well, point is, it could have been Britt Baker's father. We didn't fucking know because they didn't bother to tell us, did they? He just wandered in with no identification whatsoever, no chyron, no graphic, no how do you do, no fare thee well.
He just happened to be backstage.
Just happened to be there. So then we go to the ring. And Tony Schiavone was in the ring with Adam Page, who is looking more and more like he's just scared shitless of the spot he's been put in, because there's no oomph. They don't give him any oomph. He comes down. Tony Schiavone asks him a question about last week's match. He says 2 words, and Adam Cole interrupts and talks his way down the ramp. And they stood there. Tony fucked off again, Schiavone. And they stood there, 2 guys doing a sports entertainment confrontation. You couldn't feel it because they didn't feel it. And Adam Cole comes in. He can talk his ass off. But he just came into the company, had a program with job guys, lost an obviously fake match to the company mascot, and now is in the ring challenging the world champion. And the world champion is the guy who basically everybody at this point has caught on to, was made the world champion because that's a decision Tony made 2 years ago and didn't change it, even though shit changed. And so now they're trying to sell the people a world champion that doesn't obviously look like he even believes he's supposed to be the world champion, and has got no opportunity to show personality, and has just been sequestered with subpar talent for his entire run. And again, I go back, they showed it on Twitter the other day. Adam Cole, the guy that's challenging this world champion, was beaten by the mascot with a fake hug on national television. Not even a hug, but a fake hug that he obviously was not trying to get out of. And there are people out there, the apologists, who are saying, oh, but it didn't count. It was a lights out match, so he really didn't lose. It didn't count on his record. You fucking morons. Sputnik Monroe didn't really get knocked out by that goddamn cowboy at the Mid-South Fair. He slipped in cow shit, and the guy sucker punched him. But on the front page headlines, he still had a big black eye. So anyway, Page kept acting like he wanted to fight Cole, and Cole says they will fight one day man to man, but it won't be today. And they shake hands, and Cole leaves, and then O'Reilly and Fish jump Page from behind, and Cole comes back and joins in. And now they've got security, Brian. Did you see that? They have a security force. A bunch of wrestling school students in a bunch of black shirts and pants came out to break up a fight. Imagine that. What a revolutionary concept. Of course, they couldn't let that go. They did something good, something positive, so they've got to put the fucking stake in that heart. Security runs in. Well, the Dork Order runs in to help Page. And one of the masked job guys in the Dork Order, they call him 10, right? Because he's got 10 in Sharpie on his chest. After the heels leave, the masked Dork Order jobber guy 10 beats up all the security guys in phony preset spots.
It was so funny. That was the funniest thing on the show.
So fake. And they would, one at a time, they'd run at him. Oh, it's my turn. Oh, shit. And they'd run at him, and he'd give them a shitty bump, because I don't know if this guy's ever worked before anywhere or not. And it took all the heat off the angle. You had a formerly top heel group that now has been relegated to playing with the underneath talent jump on the world champion, but more job guys come out and save the world champion, and then the champion doesn't get to do anything physical. One of the job guys gets to beat up all the security guards and look phony doing it. Do you remember when Kai and Tai saved Steve Austin's ass and then Taka Michinoku or Dick Togo beat everybody up? And Austin stood there and watched and thanked him for coming in and helping him?
That was when he was feuding with the Oddities, I believe, yes.
Yes, that big well-known program. I'm astonished. This is the most... now we have to start calling Adam Page the most feckless world champion in history. I love that word, feckless. Look it up, kids. So then was Jericho and Hager and their chance to make Santana and Ortiz a top tag team. Brian, did you love this tag team match?
It was something.
Kingston came out, got in Santana and Ortiz's corner.
Let me stop you right there. Really, to me, one of the big stories in a match, how about that pop Eddie Kingston got?
Yes. Well, because they want Santana and Ortiz to be aligned with Kingston because the fans see them as kindred spirits and friends, and they see Santana and Ortiz as flunkies in Jericho's group. Now, the thing, Jericho is actually still trying to put this whole thing together like he's the babyface. But am I alone here in thinking that everybody wanted Santana and Ortiz to beat Jericho and Hager and break up out of the dinner circle?
I agree with you. I think that's 100% right.
Okay, well, that's not what Jericho's got in his mind, apparently. But of course, I'm sure he's telling all the inexperienced non-veterans completely opposite, but anybody with half a mind knows what's going on here. Jericho and Santana started out, it wasn't smooth. Jericho trying to keep his pleather pants up, but he put them over, both Santana and Ortiz at the start. They kicked some shit out of Jericho. Hager gets in. He looks in great shape. His work is the complete shits. He can do a couple of big moves like that Vader bomb out of the corner and looks like he's coordinated, and everything else, it's just rotten. But then as soon as Hager gets in, he does some shitty stuff, and then they go to the break. When they come back, they're getting heat on Ortiz. Okay. I thought at that point that maybe Jericho had realized they're going to be the heels, Santana and Ortiz the baby faces. We're going to treat it as such. Simultaneous tags, which of course is always the shits, but Ortiz tags Santana at the same time as the heels tag, or Jericho and Hager tagged each other, whichever the heels are. And Santana makes a comeback. Hager took one bump because it was all about Santana having to hit the bigger guy and take his leg here and hit that and bing, bing, bing and chop him down. Hager is not a good enough worker to wobble and weeble and fall and stagger and not have it look contrived, and all this chopping the fucking guy down. If Santana's bad enough to survive on the streets of New York City, if he comes in and throws 2 or 3 rights and rocks that motherfucker and then hits the ropes and comes off with a clothesline or a goddamn drop kick or something, Hager ought to be able to take a bump for him. And then Santana bumped Jericho, and Hager turned around, picked him up, and slammed him and took right back over. And I wrote then, is it going to help Santana and Ortiz to get over to beat a part-time team? One guy in his 50s and the other guy's the shits. Wouldn't it do more for Santana and Ortiz to beat the Acclaimed? Because then they're beating another tag team and they get a nice win without this falderall from Jericho's prima donna attitude. The finish, what should have been the finish, was great. There was a great spot in here. Jericho goes for the lion salt. Ortiz grabs him and holds him on the ropes, and Santana runs up behind him and does a Russian leg sweep off the ropes. 2 count. That would have been a great finish. Santana and Ortiz hit their finish on Jericho. 2 count. He kicks out on his own. Santana cannonballs Jericho. Jericho catches him in a lion tamer. Finally, Jericho knocks Kingston off the apron, goes for the Judas on Santana. Santana ducks it, and Ortiz outside on the apron nails Jericho, and it knocks him back towards Santana, who hits a clothesline. Boom, cover 1, 2, 3. the baby faces double team heel fucked the heel to beat him. And after they did that, 1, 2, 3, Jericho looks over and sees Kingston outside on the floor, gets right up, rolls out on the floor, and gets in a fight with Kingston. So Santana and Ortiz beat this guy, and he sold it for literally 7 seconds tops. And then jumps up and gets in a fight with the other guy out on the floor, and everybody starts trying to pull them apart. How did this assist Santana and Ortiz?
Oh, I don't know. Is that a hypothetical question?
No.
Oh.
Not hypothetical or rhetorical. That was a question. What the fuck good did this business do for Santana and Ortiz?
The only good I could say is if this really does mean they'll separate the inner circle and they'll go off with Eddie Kingston and do something else, perhaps focus on the tag team division, that to get there, it's not that they just left the inner circle, they actually beat Jericho and now they're going to move on, but it's never that simple. It's never that simple.
They had a bad tag team match. They're baby faces and had to team up both of them to beat one fucking heel, and it was a bad match.
Come on, you know Jericho put it over to them that it was a great job.
So anyway, that was that match. And then in the back, the Hardley boys, Fish, O'Reilly, and Cole are all standing there talking with their own cameraman because Cutlet is the cameraman. And they're saying, where were you guys when we were out there kicking the shit out of these other guys? And there was more bickering. And it's like the kids from South Park standing on the street corner waiting for the bus. You hear the voices and you see them. It's just, this is Nickelodeon wrestling. And now Adam Cole is torn between his friends. Is he going to go with Fish and O'Reilly? Is he going to go with the Hardley boys? Torn between two lovers, feeling like a fool. Loving both of you is breaking all the rules. Torn between two lovers. Neither team can work. Anyway, then we come to the female match that I would have watched if it hadn't been gimmicked up to the point of you couldn't recognize it. Thunder Rosa against Mercedes Martinez, no disqualification, Brian. And I thought, fine, as I mentioned before earlier, finally two girls that can work, so they have a garbage match set up between the two of them. They started the match on the floor at the entryway with a chair and a lead pipe. And within 30 seconds of this thing, they had pulled a table and two more chairs out from under the ring. A girls' match. So I start fast forwarding because why? They went out in the arena. They got more chairs. They got a garbage can. I stopped and watched this. They leaned a table up onto the ring from the floor to the apron. And then Mercedes tried to suplex Thunder Rosa on the table, but since it was leaned slanting, it didn't break. They both just slid down like a kid's slide at the playground. Apparently in this thing, they did an angle afterwards after whoever won. There was some kind of finish where now the heels, Britt Baker and Jamie Hayter and Reba, turned on Mercedes Martinez and beat her up too. And in the process, did you see them expose the lead pipe, Brian?
No, I missed that.
The lead pipe?
I missed that. What happened?
Okay, you saw the lead pipe in use, right?
Yeah, and I saw it early in the match, like you mentioned before.
Somewhere around 2.5 feet long, right? About approximately that length. Probably about 3 inches diameter across, right? You, I'm sure, have picked up a few lead pipes in the past. You're a grown adult man.
Well, I may know a few people who have. I won't confirm or deny if I have.
Okay, but I mean, just even using them in the manner in which God intended they be used for plumbing, you know what a lead pipe 2.5 feet long and about 2 or 3 inches around is going to weigh what? Somewhere in the neighborhood of 40, 50 pounds. Right? Look it up if you don't believe me. The point is, Jamie hated the lead pipe is laying there on the floor after they've done this angle. And Jamie Hayter leans over and picks it up with one hand and starts swinging it around like a baton. and now some idiot out there who's never touched a lead pipe or been a plumber is good. Well, Jamie Hayter's an athlete and they work out and they're not weak like you. No, you fucking moron. I don't care if the world's strongest man picks up something. If it's heavy or it's light, it's going to move in a different manner. You're going to move it. There's going to be some visual straining. It was like the goddamn on Lost in Space when they had the gimmick boulders made out of styrofoam. And occasionally Dr. Smith in running would run by one of the gimmick boulders and Dr. Smith would bump into the boulder and it would kind of rock back and forth, this 5,000-pound boulder. No, it's a phony fucking pipe, and they didn't even work with it. And then it was laying there on the ground. It would roll with the bumping of the ring. You're talking about a goddamn piece of lead. So anyway, this complete fake, phony. Did you think anything of this? Did you watch it? Could you stomach it?
I'm not a big fan of hardcore wrestling in women's matches. I'm actually curious in general, because there have been several now, how fans react to them in terms of viewership, but I'm not a big fan of these kind of matches. Mercedes just got there. I don't even know if she's had any matches, but we got to see her have this match. Not my favorite kind of match, and that's not to take away anything from Thunder Rosa or Mercedes Martinez.
So then we had a promo from the ever-popular Jay White. Did you see Jay White's promo?
I did.
I guess he's English, from across the pond. He's got an accent.
There's an accent.
He claims to be the head of the Bullet Club. Who is the head of this fucking thing? You said earlier Finn Balor started the thing. I thought the Harley Boys were running that thing for a while. Jay White says he's the head of the Bullet Club. Has there ever been... I mean, the NWO actually really was fucking overstrong. But has there ever been a faction, as they like to use that word, in wrestling that had a bigger bunch of jackoffs in it than the Bullet Club and more people in it in general than the Bullet Club, and that the Bullet Club in the United States of America has never drawn 15 cents in Chinese fucking money, and the average person on the street would go, what the fuck are you even talking about?
I've always thought the Bullet Club was lame, going back to their very early days as a wannabe NWO / the Clique kind of thing. Just garbage.
So Jay White is wrestling Trent on Friday night. So, oh joy, okay, this guy's supposed to be a big star. He makes a debut by wandering in on a backstage pre-tape, and now he's working with job guys on the Friday night throwaway show. This guy's a big star, I'm told. Hello. And we go to the main event of the evening. This match might still be going on, as far as I know, because I, again, didn't make it all the way to the end. For the TV title, Darby Allin against Sammy Guevara, another babyface versus babyface match for no good reason, so therefore nothing important will be accomplished here, but the crowd will be lively, since they like both guys, and they're pulling for their favorite, which of course means that by design, the brain trust in charge of this fiasco has basically set it up so that half the people in the crowd will be cheering against one of your top baby faces. That's good psychology. Let's see if we can get as many people to cheer against and root against our baby faces as possible. That way our heels could be more popular. What the fuck? But both these guys can work some, and it would be a good match if any of them, either one of them, had any restraint. But they don't. And the total weight of both of these competitors doesn't top 330 pounds. I myself, just me alone, I have weighed in my lifetime 50 pounds less myself than both these guys together weigh right now. But yet you can't hurt either one of these motherfuckers by running over them with a truck. These are the phoniest matches. Sammy Guevara gave Darby Allin some kind of bump on the top turnbuckle. Did you see that early in the match?
Yeah.
Where he bounced off the buckle straight to the floor. What a count-out angle. Every booker in the history of wrestling would have loved to be able to find somebody that could take that bump, because there's a fucking count-out angle, and call a fucking ambulance. And when Darby Allin comes back in 3 or 4 weeks, that's going to be a hot match. He's going to get even. But he took the bump and he was back in the ring working in less than 15 seconds. 2 baby faces, but they're doing moves to try to hospitalize each other, even though neither one has cheated or fucked the other one around or stabbed him in the back. They're not wrestling. They're trying to end the other guy's career with these ridiculous moves. So that doesn't make any sense. Sammy Guevara gave Darby Allin a backflip flying power slam off the top rope and got a 2 count. And then they started working a figure 4 leg lock. This was potentially one of the smoothest things I've ever seen. It had split-second timing. It was perfect in every way, including both guys landing as safely as you could possibly land in this situation. Sammy's on the floor. Darby goes for a fucking dive between the second and third rope. Goes for the dive, and Sammy catches him out there with a cutter straight to the fucking floor face first. Perfect. They couldn't have taken it any better. It looked like $1 million. What happened? Sammy didn't immediately pick him up and throw him in the ring to try to win. Sammy didn't roll back in the ring and let Darby get counted out so he would win. Sammy picks Darby up and puts him on the apron of the ring where nobody can win, climbs to the top rope, and flips off the top with a flying cannonball senton, whatever, onto Darby on the apron. But Darby moves and Sammy hits as hard as he fucking possibly can on the apron and bounces off for real onto the floor. And Darby Allin is now back on his feet, throwing Sammy Guevara back in the ring. He just took the fucking flying cutter onto a fucking hard floor face first from a dive out of the ring. He laid there for 10 seconds. Sammy doesn't try to win the match, puts the dead body of his opponent on the apron so that he can risk his own life to do something to this guy that will neither win him the match nor gain him any satisfaction, since Darby Allin has not in any way stabbed him in the back, cheated him, lied to him, or committed a blood feud offense against him. Sammy just wants to risk his own life and safety and potentially hospitalize and maim the other guy just to have a good sporting wrestling match. None of this makes a lick of sense. So anyway, first, Darby could have been counted out or beaten. Sammy didn't do either. Sammy tries to do something else, misses, nearly kills himself for real. Darby Allin is 100% healthy and throws Sammy back in, and the match continues. As the match continues, Sting, who's at ringside watching all this shit, and Andre Olio and Jose get in a fight on the floor, and Sammy and Darby are continuing the match, and I said, fuck it, I'm done. There was 3 minutes left. I don't care. This was abominable. And I quit right there, and I'm done. What'd I miss?
You missed Sammy won. Andrade was involved.
What did he use, a bazooka or a flamethrower?
That's a good question. I turned away from the screen, so I missed it, but... No, you're right, and the cutter spot looked incredible. And when he but when Darby moved and he hit the apron, I mean, any apron bump makes me cringe, but that one especially, it's like, yes! Oh my God! But, Sammy's matches, that's the one big detriment always. It's just always big move, big move, big move, lots of high up flips to the floor and crashing through shit. Everyone kicks out of everything.
And, here's the sad thing about it.
It's more of a Sammy issue, I think, than a Darby issue, actually, if I think of their matches previously.
No, Sammy always goes too far. Darby has had good matches. Logical matches, sensible matches. Sammy can work. Sammy can talk. Sammy can't fucking restrain himself. Sammy will be paralyzed before too long, and Sammy will not have a long career as a result of it. But it's so sad, and I will leave us with this. It's been a long show. In years gone by, every booker in every territory, if there had been guys that would willingly take the bumps that these guys take on TV every week, not only would they do it, they would be willing to do it, but they could do it without hurting themselves. They would have all been in demand because bookers from other territories would have brought the guy in from Georgia that did the fucking splash off the top to the floor to the concrete for a hospitalization angle. Or they would have brought the other guy in from another territory that takes the cutter on the floor face first for a hospitalization angle. Or like when there was a guy in the Northeast, a job guy back in the 60s, that could legitimately separate his own shoulder, take it out of the socket on purpose, and put it back in. And what happened? George the Animal Steel found out about him. George the Animal Steel was using the chicken wing in Detroit as his finish, and they brought the fucking guy to Detroit TV, and George Steele used the chicken wing and popped the guy's shoulder out on TV. And everybody, oh, God. And that was probably the most money in one night that guy ever made in wrestling, because that was his talent. So some of these guys would have been in demand because nobody in the business would willingly, or even if they were asked to, take these bumps. Everybody would have shot that down. We said, fuck you, I quit. But if they'd have had guys that could take these bumps, they could have brought them in and used them to do jobs for these other people and made those other people big fucking stars, because look at the damage they did to these fucking idiots. So they would have had a place in the wrestling business. But now all they're doing is making it harder for everybody else that has any talent and wants to do it right, because they're conditioning the people that nothing hurts anyone. It's all fake. Take nothing seriously. Don't wince. Don't worry. They're going to get right back up. And even though it really is dangerous and it really is painful, instead of, my God, this is the exact opposite of the idea of working. Instead of taking something that looks dangerous and making it safer for the participants, they go the other direction. And they make people believe that even the really dangerous shit ain't going to hurt anybody. So they devalue the wrestling business every time they get in the ring and do this shit. That's my thoughts.
Well, that was AEW Dynamite.
And this was the Jim Cornette experience. Possibly almost as long as the Cody Rhodes Omnibus that will be coming out on YouTube. Folks, by the way, again, that will only be on the YouTube channel, Official Jim Cornette. If you haven't subscribed, go ahead and do it. You won't miss this. It's going to be out in a couple of days. It will not be on the podcast feed because, for one thing, nobody wants to listen to a 14 fucking hour podcast, but it'll be there on YouTube. You can tackle it in fits and spurts. Anything else, Brian?
It may eventually one day be on the podcast feed, but it won't be anytime soon. But that was it, a packed episode. I'm sure we're going to have a lot of fun this week on the drive-thru.
Oh, yeah, I'd like you to revamp your definition of fun. Anyway, folks, it's another day, and that's it. And until we see you on the drive-thru, coming up in just a few days, for Brian, I'm Jim, and all the rest of these assholes, thank you, fuck you, and bye-bye, everybody.